Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Mrs. Good will introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, students.
Good morning.
Good morning. Today we have the wonderful students from Pine Lakes Elementary under the leadership of Principal Sassy. So if everyone in the audience could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, students, and I love the gentleman there with the flag in the hand. That's a wonderful touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Mrs. Rich Levinson has requested a moment of silence for a Western High School student who passed away. Mrs. Rich Levinson?
Thank you. I'd like to have a moment of silence for Jared Von Benecki, a 9th grader at Western High School who passed away last week. He is survived by his 11th grade brother, Jeremy, who also attends, and our thoughts are with their family at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. And Ms. Bartleman will be having a moment of silence as requested by Ms. Rupert for a Pompano Beach High School teacher who passed away. Ms. Bartleman?
Please join me for a moment of silence for teacher Ann Wilson, who passed away yesterday after a long illness. Ms. Wilson started with the district in 1992 and has spent the last 7 years as a language arts teacher at Pompano Beach High School. Both of her children are graduates from Pompano Beach High as well. Ms. Wilson will be missed by all who knew and loved her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the meetings for the following minutes: April 9th, 2019 School Board Operational Meeting, April 23rd, 2019 Regular School Board Meeting. Moved by Ms. Good. Yes. Hold on one second until, moved by Ms. Good, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion? Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I have a correction on the regular school board meeting on EE2. I was not present for the motion to amend. So I'd like to have that corrected, please. Thank you.
You make a motion for a correction? Is that
I don't think we need a motion.
typically is not what we do? We haven't done one in a really long time.
I don't think it needs
No?
a motion.
Is there any other discussion on the minutes? Then all in favor of the minutes as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. For minutes, April 23rd, 2019 regular school board meeting added. Special presentations, recognition of outgoing and incoming student advisors. That's an added special order item for 2:10 p.m. Speakers, Amy Yia added, that's all for speakers. And for board items, G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2018-2019 school year revised. GG1, reopener agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and the Broward Teachers Union, Education Support Professionals, added as a special order item for 10:20 a.m. GG2, 3-year successor agreement of the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and the Broward Teachers Union, Technical Support Professionals, added as a special order item for 10:20 a.m. CC8, CC 9, CC 10, 11, 12, 13 were added items. They will be changed to withdrawn. It has come to my attention that a significant number of board members will not be present later on today. And I know this is an item of importance and interest for all board members. So we are going to withdraw those items and bring them back on the June 11th board meeting. And that will also be true for II1, and I will read those items off now. CC 8, that is the School Board of Broward County, Florida, organizational chart description for the Division of Chief Academic Officer. That is changed to withdrawn. CC 9, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, organizational chart description for Chief Facilities Officer, withdrawn. CC 10, job description for Chief Financial Officer, withdrawn. CC 11, job descriptions for the Division of Chief Portfolio Services Officer, withdrawn. CC 12 are job descriptions for the Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Officer Division, withdrawn. And CC 13, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, organizational chart job descriptions of the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer, withdrawn as well. And II1, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, 2019-2020 organizational chart, withdrawn also. FF1, agreement between the School Board of Broward County and the Center for Mind-Body Medicine is added. And LL3, Old Plantation Water Control District permit number 00 is a revised item. Madam Chair, no further modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Through the chair, is it possible to actually go over the ones that have been
Sure.
withdrawn this morning?
Yes.
I was by surprise that I didn't get a yellow updater.
I didn't get a yellow updater either.
I don't know. So anyways, it would be helpful for me. I won't have to pull them then if you don't mind, Madam
Sure.
Chair. Or Mr.
Oh,
Renzi.
wait, here comes the yellow updater too.
It was a lot, so
A new one.
okay. Would you mind, Mr.
Yes, I will do that. So, again, the following items were added or revised items. They have now been changed to withdrawn for coming back to the board on the June 11th board meeting, which is the next school board meeting. CC 8, withdrawn. Those are job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Academic Officer. CC 9, those are job descriptions for the Division of Chief Facilities Officer. CC 10 are job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Financial Officer. CC 11, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Portfolio Services Officer. CC 12, job descriptions for the Division of Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness. And CC 13, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. All of those job descriptions have been withdrawn to be brought back to the board at the next board meeting. And II1, which is the organization chart, that's withdrawn to be brought back to the board as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I'm assuming these have been withdrawn to take a further look. Is there a possibility to still go forward with CC 12, the safety and security area? Because I believe that's time sensitive in order to be able to hire people.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that.
If you weren't making any, if you weren't looking at that one.
I mean,
was
we
just
have-
proposing that we bring that one forward.
I mean, we could look at those. We have brought those to the board, independent of the org process, and I know that they are absolutely critical, so I could certainly, let me look at this. So that would be CC 12. So CC12, we will change that to remain as an added item. So there are 6 items now rather than 7 that have been withdrawn. So I will read them again to be clear. These items were previously added. They will now be withdrawn and brought back to the board at the next board meeting, which is scheduled for June 11th. Those items are CC8, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Academic Officer. They are withdrawn. CC9, the job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Facilities Officer. Those are withdrawn. CC10, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Financial Officer. Those are withdrawn. CC11, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Those are withdrawn. CC12, job descriptions for the Division of Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness. Those items have been added and will stay added. CC13, job descriptions for the Division of the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Those are withdrawn. And then finally, II1, School Board of Broward County, Florida, 2019-2020 organizational chart is also withdrawn. There are no further changes to the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. And may I just ask that when these items come back for the meeting in June, that given the fact that we're not having them today, that they be posted the full 7 days prior to the conversation happening with the board, because I know many of these items that were added on Friday. So if we could give the public the full 7 days, that would be greatly
That would
appreciated.
be great, and that would be the benefit of postponing, and we will have more than sufficient time to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Mrs. Aladeff had made a motion. Do you want to make a motion to close the agenda?
I make a motion.
Okay, and a second I need, please? Ms. Good has seconded. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other G items that a board member would like to discuss? E item? H1? Yes, Ms. Levinson would like to speak to H1.
H1?
Anyone else for H1?
H, you said?
H, yes.
Nope.
Any K items?
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
That's okay. K items?
Nope.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Seeing none. At
Ms.
yes.
Ringworth, Ms. Levinson needs to recuse herself, abstain from H1, so that needs to be pulled.
Yes, Ms. Levinson asked for it to be
Oh,
pulled.
I didn't-
Yes. So the items that I have pulled are G3 is automatically pulled, and then H1 was the only consent agenda item that was additionally pulled. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So,
Moved by
second?
Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. At this time, will board members please identify the open items they will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. GG 1 and 2 are time certain. CC items? Yes.
6 and 7.
6 and 7 for Ms. Bartleman. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
CC7 for me?
CC 7 for Ms. Rupert. Anyone else? On a CC item? EE items?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
EE1, EE3,
One and three.
Is that it?
for me, yes.
Yes, okay, for Ms. Bartleman, EE 1 and 3. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
EE4, EE5, and EE6.
EE 4, 5, and 6 for Ms. Levinson. Anyone else for EE?
EE9 for me.
EE 9 for Ms. Rupert. Anyone else? Okay, FF 1.
Wait.
I have, okay, Ms. Levinson for FF1.
Oh, me too, sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Rupert also for FF1.
Me.
Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff for FF1. And also I have comments on FF1. Oh, that one's been withdrawn, pardon me. JJ1.
Oh, do I have a
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Rupert? Anyone else for JJ1? And the LL items. Yes, Ms. Levinson? Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Okay, Ms. Good?
LL3?
LL3 for Ms. Good. Anyone else for the LL items? Okay, thank you all. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input for G3? Seeing none. Any colleague input for G3? Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
I just wanted to let Bob Giglio, who's usually our TV production chief here, he's going out on some medical leave, and to let him know and let the guys at Beacon know to tell him that he's in our prayers and we want him to come back healthy, and we're just keep sending positive energy his way, and I know he'll appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Rupert?
I wanted to say that I was happy to see 7 temporary armed safe school officer trainees, so we're making progress in that area. And to congratulate Thomas Johnson, our new curriculum support specialist in military science. So congratulations to him.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item G3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Item G3 passes unanimously. The board would like to take a moment to recognize new appointees.
Yes. Oh, so I get to recognize, I'm scanning the room for him. Tom Albano, he is has a new position, Coordinator, Diversity and Culture Outreach. Is he here?
Yes,
Oh, there you are. You were hidden. Thank you and congratulations. Okay. Thomas Johnson, Curriculum Support, you already did this one kind of, Curriculum Support Specialist, Military Science. Okay, so I'm going to try very hard to pronounce this right.
Oh my.
Arvelio Mamuchez. Did I say it right? Yes. He is our Curriculum Supervisor, Preschool ESE. Congratulations.
And I have the pleasure of welcoming Frankie Pasquale, the school-age child care supervisor to Silver Shores Elementary. Thank you and welcome.
And I would like to congratulate Miss Clintia Bryan. She's our new registered school nurse at Park Ridge Elementary. Is she here? You're hardworking. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you on your new appointments. Now is the time in the meeting it would be appropriate to leave. You're welcome to stay for the full day, but I know you have things to do. Good luck in your new positions. May I have a motion and a second on items GG1 and GG2, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items GG1 and 2.
Yay, Dorothy. Morning. So glad you're here.
Yes, please, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Superintendent Runcie. I'm Dorothy Davis of the Employee and Labor Relations Department. It brings us great pleasure this morning to present for your approval the ratified collective bargaining agreements for the BTU Education Support Professionals for the 2018-2019 school year and the successor agreement for the BTU Technical Support Professionals for the 2018 through 2021 school years. I want to thank the board for your guidance in achieving these agreements and Mr. Runcie for his leadership throughout the bargaining process. Thanks to the members of both district negotiation teams who stand behind me, those that are present. Thanks as always to Mr. Jeff Moquin, Chief of Staff, the General Counsel's Office, Judy Marte, Chief Financial Officer, Rose Hall, Compensation Director, the Employee and Labor Relations staff, and the implementation team for their valuable contributions and assistance. We would also like to thank Anna Fusco, President of the Broward Teachers Union, the Chief Negotiators, Roosevelt McClary and Bernie Kemp for BTU ESP contract, Matt Decker for BTU TSP contract, and both BTU bargaining teams for their efforts in the negotiation process. With the board's indulgence, I respectfully request a few minutes for the BTU representatives to offer remarks regarding these agreements.
Thank you, Dorothy Davis. Good morning, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and all board members. I just want to give a quick thank you to my two units, Bernie Kemp, Roosevelt McClary for the ESP unit, and Matt Decker for the TSP unit, and for the school board side of negotiations. It was a long journey, but we came to a conclusion, and both units ratified extremely well. I'm going to let them speak on behalf of their units, the vice presidents of each unit and the chief negotiators, Roosevelt McClary and Bernie Kemp for ESP.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Superintendent Runcie, and to our board chair and vice chair and all the board members. It is a wonderful day, not just because we are settling, getting a contract approved, but it's a wonderful day because we're alive and well. But I want to say thank you to the school board members, to all of you. You know my passion, you know the issues, you know the concerns. They're not just only in Broward, but they're concerns around the country. I meet with ESP leaders from all over the country. I actually just came back from Las Vegas for the second time, and I had the opportunity to meet with leaders there. And it's the same issues, the same concern, and that is the minimum wage around the country that's really hurting our ESPs. Those who work in the classrooms are really hurting. They do a lot of the work that's done in the classrooms alongside their teachers, and many of them have actually can stand up and take on the class when the teacher is not there, but they're not supposed to. They're supposed to have a substitute in there, but they do it out of passion. They do it because they care. And even though the pay is not where it needs to be, I believe, and please hear me when I say this, I believe that this board and the superintendent is committed to trying to make sure that you bring the salaries to a livable place where our people won't have to be living in poverty and going to get public assistance such as food stamps and things of that nature. A lot of them are living in family homes with other family members because they can't make it with their salaries. And I know you know the insurance piece has been coming before us, it's gonna come again. What's that gonna say to them? I don't bring home but $600 every 2 weeks, and now you're looking at me paying into my insurance. So please keep that in your mind. You want them to pay more money, you want them to pay into the insurance, we gotta pay them more money. And so I just wanna say in my closing, thank you. We worked hard this year. It's been a long road. We're at the end of the school year, and people were very concerned that they're not getting a raise. And I will say this here, the district never said you're not getting a raise. They just kept saying, we're trying to find money. And so thank you for finding money. Thank you so much.
Named Roosevelt McClary, one of the chief negotiator with the ESP unit. And a couple of people I would like to thank that really, I believe, that made a great impact, that really reached out to us. Dorothy Davis, I want to give a round of applause for all that she has done. She came in and turned the whole process around. And another person that I wanted to give a good shout out is to Dr. Wanza, coming up with a contract language that we were trying to get, and she was like, it's no problem to get it. Like to thank Eric Chisholm and Mauricio for helping out within the clause of if a paraprofessional become a teacher, that if something happened during their probation, that they can able to get surplus back into the education professional unit. And that's one of the things that I kept fighting for Bernie Langer, which it was a struggle until they came in and they made it work. And so I would like to give them a round of applause for that. Another thing is that I want to, thank you guys for all that you have done, what you could have done. And one thing I just want to illustrate is especially for the 2019 to 2020 year, that remind you that our professionals, they get paid $15,000 a year. And I really know that you guys are trying hard to do it, but I think you guys could do a better job than what is really you trying to put out there, because I know 2.5% of the referendum money for that unit equal 3.5%, which is $525 more, which is $52 more a month. It's only able to get them a couple of toys at the dollar store and a Happy Meal, and that is not very good. And I really believe that you guys can do a lot of better job in the referendum of equaling out, especially for that unit. It's only 3,000 people within that unit that you can do a 5% for them. So I want to say I appreciate you, thank you, but you guys can do better.
Hi, Matt Decker, Vice President of the TSP. First of all, I'd like to thank the Madam Chair, thank you board members, and thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for bringing this agreement to the floor. And thank you, board, for recognizing the behind-the-scenes work that the TSP members do for the educational, that leads to the educational success of this district. Thank you for recognizing us with the stipend equivalent to what the teachers get for their referendum. It was unexpected, but very much appreciated. Every negotiation session, I try to take one thing away. And in this session, I've taken away is we all have bosses. And every one of us at the end of the day reports or answers to someone. The art of negotiation is not pleasing the person across the table from you. It's providing the person your needs in a way that's palatable to their boss. I would like to thank Dorothy Davis, Doug, and the rest of the district negotiation team for bringing the calm and cooperation back to the table. Without the professionalism and willingness to listen to truly understand the intent and concerns of the employee of the district, we would not have been able to bring this contract forward that benefits both labor and management. I'd like to thank my own negotiation team, Scott Gillen, Lori Jones, Kim Murray, Cirilla Bradley, Clara Knowles, and Robert Carlisle for their tireless work many times late into the evening and in their free time when they can only think of contract language that would benefit all TSP employees. Most of all, I'd like to thank them for tolerating my lack of ability to keep my paperwork in order and constantly asking them to borrow their copy, and for my overall lack of organization. I'd like to thank Anna Fusco, Jennifer Lamont, and Lucia Piva for all their support they have shown the TSP during the negotiation process. We could have not done it without your guidance and assistance. Most of all, I'd like to thank our TSP members for sticking with us. Without the members, we would not have the contract that allows us to openly discuss labor management issues as a practice that allows us to create a fair wage and provide professional environment for both employees and management. We have much work to do to improve our language to address the pay inequity. TSP leadership continues to build trust through understanding of the intent of the language and foster open lines of communication between the great employees of Broward County and management. We will continue to address violations of our contract language and the frustrations and stress those violations create. We will continue to work with management to promote all the good work of our TSP members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to say the ratification vote approval for the ESP unit was 98% in favor of this contract, and for the TSP, 99% in favor of this contract. So at this time, board members, I would like to ask for your consideration in approving these agreements as submitted.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of items GG1 and GG2 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Items GG1 and 2 pass unanimously. Thank you all very much. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I had a comment which was for our TSPs, ESPs, I hope that we continue to have conversations, especially about the disparities of people coming in making more than people that have actually worked for us for a while. I know that we've had a conversation, but I hope we continue those because we truly want to keep our employees and absolutely acknowledge their benefit to our district. So I appreciate all your work. I think we have more to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Now we will hear committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Are there any reports? And if so, please identify yourself and the committee you represent. And I would like to take this moment to recognize Representative Patricia Williams, who's in the audience. Thank you for joining us here today.
Yay. Good morning. I'm Jackie Luscombe, Chair of ESE Advisory. This is Jen Ellis, who's our incoming corresponding secretary, and also she's co-chairs our ACE Autism Committee. Since we last spoke to you, we're very pleased that we had some progress on a motion that we'd brought forward to you about registered behaviour technicians being banned from Broward schools. There's been a breakthrough on that since we brought the motion. We're very grateful to all involved in ensuring that now RBTs will be permitted back in Broward schools, which is a big help for families. We can look back on a good year of some good steps forward, mandatory ESE training coming in for principals over the summer, disability awareness training for some of those working security in our schools, and emergency response and crisis preparations for students with disabilities. We're really happy that attention has been brought to all those things that we brought up during the course of the year. And then came Pasadena Lakes Elementary, which you'll all be aware of the incidents that have been going on there concerning allegations or incidents in classrooms involving children with disabilities. We're really concerned, and we wrote and passed a motion that some of which has been surpassed since we brought it. I know Superintendent Runcie, you've spoken to some of the parents. I know Dr. Hickman's been working away on some measures. But we wanted to bring to you our motion anyway and to air it so that everybody knows where we stand on this. We realise the difficulties and challenges of dealing with incidents like this, but we want to be sure that it's the last. So the motion that we brought, I'll summarise it because I know you all have it already anyway. But Broward ESE Advisory Council called, first of all, for immediate assurance that personnel under investigation for alleged abuses against students with disabilities at Pasadena Lakes have been removed from contact with all students pending outcome of the investigation. We're very concerned that that did not happen from the get-go, and that the statement that could have been put out by Broward schools could have been that assurance, so that every parent in every school would know that those personnel had not been reassigned to their school, and that they would have to start worrying about where these folks were. We know now that that is the case, but I really think that would have helped a lot of to put a lot of parent concerns to bed. There can be, our motion continued, there can be no second chances for any personnel found to have betrayed their duty of care by subjecting children to harm, be it physical, mental, or emotional. In such circumstances, nothing short of dismissal will suffice if we are to truly protect children from dangerous recurrences. We also call for reprimand, corrective action, and ongoing monitoring for any personnel found to have failed to act upon parent concerns where such inaction resulted in harm to children. And that part of our motion stemmed from reports from the parents at Pasadena Lakes who tried and tried over a protracted period to get help for the concerns that they had. They spoke to various personnel around their children and said that we're concerned about what might be going on in the classrooms. And that was not elevated up the chain of command. Nothing was done. And those folks didn't know, the parents didn't know where they could go for help and resorted to taking matters into their own hands. We're really concerned that they didn't know where to go, they didn't have that information, they didn't get that help at school level. And that's what our motion seeks to address. So we made the following recommendations too. Cameras with both video and audio recording capabilities to be installed in all self-contained ESE classrooms district-wide, where students with disabilities may not be able to advocate or verbalize for themselves or rely on the protection of others. Cameras in ESE classrooms have been introduced successfully in other US states, by my count it's 4, under strict protocols governing access to footage and privacy. 2, all teachers in self-contained ESE classrooms from pre-K to 12th grade be certified in ESE, on-campus monitoring for new SE teachers also. Walkthroughs and observations in self-contained ESE classrooms to be carried out by cadre directors and accompanied by supervisors in specific fields of disability on an unannounced basis, because pre-notified visits may not provide authenticity. Annual evaluation of principals to include indicators pertaining to ESE. School websites to list the names and contact details of all school ESE personnel and the hierarchical structure, pathways, and processes for parents to elevate ESE concerns beyond the school. And the websites to include name and contact details of their SAC ESE representatives so parents know where to go. Just looking back over the year, we also want to just thank Dr. Hickman and all his division for their work with us. And if you could just add a few zeros to his budget for next year, we'd be grateful.
Thank you so much. Any additional committee reports? Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
I just wanted to ask that Dr. Hickman revisit the ACE. A year ago, the ACE committee led by Kelly Bush went into all of our autism clusters and typed us a report with a matrix. And Pasadena Lakes was one of the schools that had had tremendous deficiencies. And there are other schools that are also on that list. And you know, that was a year ago, and now we're here today. So I think it's really important that he looks at that email. We all have the email as well, and that we go over it, because maybe because they weren't educational professionals, I don't know what they did with the report, but they are parents and advocates, and you know, their deficiencies now have come to light in a way that is detrimental to students, or was detrimental to students. So it's something that we need to go back and look at and take very seriously, and know that our committee members and our parents know what they're doing in most cases, and they know what's right for their kids. So I would ask that occur with some follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Mr. Runcie?
Yes, Madam Chair, thanks. So last week, I reissued that report to staff, including Mr. Hickman, and asked them to follow up and report back to me.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Any additional committee reports? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Melina Marcos, and I will be giving the report for Title I. It, of course, has been my honor. This is my 3rd year as serving as the Title I Chair for the EPAC, Executive Parent Advisory Council. Hopefully this next year, going into the 4th year, will be the same. Many things to have learned. I want to go and just let you guys know a few things that have been going on. The good things, the ups and the downs. The ups are we do have several new people stepping up into our members and our council board, so we're very excited about that. They're inquisitive, they're encouraging. They ask a lot of those hard questions, so that's been refreshing to see. One of the other things is they are starting to get the understanding of developing committees for different brackets to take a look at the different entities of Title I. With that said, one of the downs would be our Title I over the last, my 4 years, and probably even longer, the Title I Parent Resource Center has been nil to none. It is designated to be in a unit in the back of the building, and that building has been, for lack of a better words, near condemned for the last few years. They only do once a month or one weekly computer class, and most of the time I think they host it in the main building. We have brought these concerns over the years up to different entities throughout the systems of the district. So I'm bringing it to you today mainly because after many, many meetings, we're trying to get resolution going above and beyond. We do have on good authority with Mr. Dan Gould that they are going to seriously take a look at how to make the Parent Resource Center great again. So it used to have different things, meetings, trainings. Well, it was a very welcoming environment, and we certainly are hoping and looking forward to seeing that those dollars that go into that resource center are used for what it says it should be used for. I also want to share, as the chairperson today, somewhat of a strain. As a chairperson, I'm supposed to be nonpartisan and sit and kind of keep everything at bay, as they say. Right, Ms. Greencourt, they're smiling. With that said, it's a hard task to do when, of course, I care about everyone. I care about everyone's voices. However, there is a time and a place when hired employees who tend to target or negate our volunteers who are, you know, for the lack of better words, unsung heroes, champions. Sometimes we're a little voicey, but there's few of us, and we are proud. But we truly care about our families and our community. So we are asking the board to take a further look into some of those staff who may be not following the rules or the guidelines, or as they say, some have said, not playing nice in the sandbox. So with that said, we're hoping that we will have, coming up in the new year, a nicer sandbox, a cleaner sandbox, and everyone brings their tools to play nicely. Because as long as I've been doing this advocacy for the last 7 years in different realms, one thing I have found is everybody can agree to disagree at some times, but name-calling and slanderous actions or mistreatment of others should not be called for. We ask our students not to have these behaviors, and I'm asking you today for our leaders not to have this behavior. So with that said, we're going to rock on to the end of this school year, and we certainly hope 2019-2020 for Title I is exemplary at its best always. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Additional committee reports?
Introduce me.
And this is Ms. Kim Snyder, and she is a past chair of Title I EPAC.
Thank you. Wait a second. Was that the end of your committee report?
Sorry. She's standing behind me. We had to have a little more time. Part of getting this, I'm a past member of the EPAC. I've done 28,000 volunteer hours, so most of everybody here knows me. The point that we have has been disruptive, and part of the job of any council, I hope that you agree, we report the bad and the good. We hope to get rid of the bad and without retaliation. There has been some retaliation done. All of you members, excluding one, was given an email a couple months back, and ever since this email, I have been harassed, and other members of the EPAC have been harassed. This isn't how we should be going forward. We need to go forward with positive things. Our children, they say, why do I stay in this? I'm gonna tell you a little story.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry, that's the end of the time for the committee.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you can certainly email us. In addition, I know we've gotten several emails, so you can email us. Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
Mr. Runcie, you're aware of the email? Are you working on the situation?
Yes, I am. So, yeah, we're working on it. It's yeah, I recognize the conflict that exists, and it's something that we will have to address. So,
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Broward Teachers Union, Anna Fusco, President. I have standing behind me our vice presidents of the union. We have representing the ESPs, Bernie Kemp, and our secretary, Roosevelt McClary. We have Terry Lopez-Proyce, vice president, and we have Matt Decker for the TSP's vice presidents. First time in a long time that we're all standing here together to give a committee report. We have a few things that we would like to share. I want to start off that I noticed that we've done some principal changes, and we have some schools that are quite in an uproar. We have one particular school, Tropical Elementary, that would love to keep their principal, Eric Anderson, who's been there for a very long time. And the
Please allow her to complete the committee report without interrupting.
And the new elected city commissioner over there. So we'd like you to rethink on some of your tentative assignments, because they are tentative. They haven't reached the board items yet until June. So when you do have some people speaking wholeheartedly of how they like their school and what they like representing their school, if you would keep an open mind to it, please. I would also like to chime in real quick. What's going on in our district still happening. We have students that are beating up our teachers and our ESPs. So as our parents say they would love cameras in our classrooms, would they really want to have it out there on what their students are doing in the classrooms? We might be okay with that. They certainly want to video and audio us and deem us guilty without due process. We know an alleged unfortunate happened in an elementary school, and I'll emphasize alleged. Since when did we take away due process? Since when did we deem guilty until proven innocent? I hope that you all are not on that bandwagon with it, because it's not appropriate. A recording is exactly what it was. It could have been spliced, altered, and all of the above. Let's let due process take its course. We can't have a bunch of angry parents on social media dictating our district. If the incident comes up to be guilty, then you could take measures. Until then, please do not go on those reins. I'm going to turn it over to our ESP unit, Bernie Kemp and Roosevelt McClary.
So one of the things I want to address is it's been a high increases of ESPs continue to get beat, kicked, hit, spit on, and battered. And one of the things is that we continue to go on students' house right. What is the students' right? So what is our employees' right? What is their right is when they get hit, when they get kicked, or they win workman comp. Go check out the workman comp report. It's continuing to increase by 100 each and every year. That's something that's need to be resolved and solved, because how much it costs in a district. That every time an employee get hit, kicked, bit, and that they have to go to workman comp. They have to go to the doctor. They have to take off. Those are some of the things that we need to really take wholehearted on our employees' right. Remember, our employees have right also. People denying their rights of pressing charges. If a child hit me, you think I shouldn't have to press charges? Well, that's the law. So why do this school board think we can circumvent the law? And one of the things is we got to look wholeheartedly of what is happening within the district, what is going on with the ESP unit. It's continuing to increase and grow. We went from 250,000 to 3,000 now. So that means there's a high increased population of our neediest kids that need support. And one thing I can literally say that at least Dr. Hickman, he did came and try to address a little bit of the issues, which is about professional development, to help the ESPs to get professional development or knowing how to deal with those different things. But you guys need to be the backbone of getting these problems solved immediately and efficiently.
I don't need to really rehash on what Roosevelt said. I just want to put out one thing that we really urge our principals and our administrators to just learn the ESP contract. I know that Dr. Wanson have made it clear that they need to really know the contract, just like they know the teachers. Just know the ESP's contract. I think it could save them a lot of headaches, a lot of problems. Certainly can save us from coming after them as a union if they just learn the contract. Roosevelt already mentioned about the hurting and abuse. He also mentioned we met with Dr. Hickman, Mr. Runcie, and his department is looking at trying to provide some form of training, professional development. During the week, the teachers come back for about 4 days, so where they can get paid until the district can find monies to actually bring them back to work so that they can attend some actual training. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports? Thank you. Mr. Runcie, do you have a report this morning? Thank you. All right, so this is the time in the meeting where we will begin our special presentations. Ms. Rupert and I will go down to the podium to start the first presentation. So we're going to recognize both Blanche Ely High School and Stranahan High School basketball teams that won state championships. So if everyone from the two schools that are here representing the players, the principals, the athletic directors, if everyone could come up and stand right here, that would be great. This morning, we're going to recognize two outstanding high school basketball teams for their championship wins this year, and I'm going to ask Ms. Rupert to start with Blanche Ely High School.
Thank you. It's no surprise that once again that Blanche Ely Tigers are in the house and that we've brought it again to state and we've come home. These guys are amazing. I'm going to really give over my time to our principal, who can give you a little snippet about how their championship went and what is the difference with them. What does he see?
Madam Chair, which is close by me, board members, how you doing? I'd like to say I'm so proud to have Mr. Coach Randall as our basketball coach at Blanche Ely High School. So, Coach Randall, if you can come up real quickly. Under my leadership, this is our 6th basketball state title, and Coach Randall have 9 state championship basketball championships throughout Broward County. So let's give him a round of applause. He's worked so hard to prepare our young men for college and career readiness, to make sure they're getting ready to go on their next endeavor. I think he has about 4 or 5 seniors that are getting ready to go off to a major college or university and be productive citizens in society, and also keep academics first. Winning on the court is one thing, but winning in the classroom is the most important thing. So, Coach Rand, I want to give him about 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
You could just announce your seat where they're going. That would be great. No pressure.
No pressure. What time is this? Good afternoon, good morning still. It's good to be back, and hopefully we'll do the same next year. We're losing four seniors, and we have 2 that are undecided. We have Daniel Marinas, who's going to Thomasville University, and we have Mr. Rayner, Lance Rayner, that is on the borderline of Valdosta State. That's the 2nd senior. Javier Zapata, he's not here, and he's been injured all year, so we're still working on trying to get him into school. But Joshua Scott, who's going to be very, very much so missed. He's one of the 4 seniors that has been playing for 4 years, and he's won 3 state titles. And he's undecided right now. He's still visiting colleges and universities.
Thank you. Are we doing separate pictures or what? Okay.
If you need some help, I'm good for at least 2 minutes a game.
Okay. I wanted to ask Representative Williams to join us up here.
Okay, so it's a lot of people in a short amount of time, and we are going to take two pictures, so everybody stay close by. So at this time, I would like to recognize the Stranahan Dragons boys basketball team for bringing home the Class 6A Florida State Championship win. on March 7th in their game against the St. Petersburg Lakeland boys team with a win of 63 to 54. The boys basketball team, the pride of Stranahan High School, has broken a 44-year dry spell. Is that correct? And by bringing home this championship win. And I would like to introduce Miss Michelle Padura, principal of Stranahan High School, Terrence Williams, head basketball coach, and Mr. Thomas Harrison, athletic director. And then if I can have the 3 senior members of the team come stand right here with me, please. So, you know what? I'm going to let you say your own names and where you're going to school. I have it here on the paper, but it's better if you say it.
My name is Jordan Green, and I'll be going to West Hills College.
In California.
In California, on the West Coast.
Just your name and your school. You're good.
My name is Brian Davidson.
And where are you going to school?
I'm going to Eastern Florida.
That's Elijah Smith, right? And the 3rd senior, Elijah Smith, who will be attending Lake Superior College in Minnesota. He's going to have to pack some warm clothes. I just want to say again, congratulations to all of the team members. I know it's important that you get your academics done first, and I also know the dedication that it takes for you to be leaders in your school and sportsmen on the court. And so thank you very much for your dedication. I just want to give the opportunity for Coach Terrence Williams to come up. He was awarded Coach of the Year in the Scholar Athlete Banquet South. Okay, so this is not Coach Terrence Williams.
Good morning, school board. I am Coach Williams' spokesperson, athletic director Thomas Harrison at Stranahan High School. On behalf of Coach Williams, we are very thankful for your support, Superintendent, your support, and Mr. Sean Serra, Jennifer Hamilton, BCAA, their support for this monumental run that we went on. It was a fun journey, and most importantly, I would like to thank Chair Heather Brinkworth, who has supported us not only in athletics, but in academics, facilities, and everything else. She is a dragon through and through, and we really appreciate your support.
Thank you. So congratulations again to both teams on a job well done. Thank you for bringing state championships home to Broward County. And now if we could take pictures with each team, that would be great if the board members and superintendent could come down. Thank you all. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Bartleman with a resolution in support of National Children's Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2019.
I have Ms. Al-Hadef joining me. Okay, do we have everyone? Okay, it's the resolution. So this is an important month. It is Mental Health Awareness Month in America. And as you know, this is very near and dear to all of our hearts, all of the board members. And for years, we've been trying to focus on the whole child, not just a test score. I'm going to go over some facts and figures real quick. According to the 2019 State of Mental Health in America report, the rate of youth experiencing a mental health condition continues to rise. The number of youth experiencing major depressive episodes increased by 175,000 children from last year's data set. Childhood depression is more likely to persist into adulthood if gone untreated. Broward Schools is committed to social emotional learning, which provides the foundational skills students need to be able to cope with the challenges, adversity, and trauma they have or will experience. Many students in our county are currently experiencing the effects of trauma and exhibiting post-traumatic stress symptoms. And this goes beyond the MSD incident. 1 in 4 children are suffering from PTSD. For years, the district has been addressing issues caused by ACEs, adverse childhood events, some of our students have been exposed to. The MSD tragedy has compounded the mental health challenges for our students and their families. We need to be cognizant of the facts that trauma symptoms are displayed in numerous ways, not just those that are visible, such as crying, isolation, or withdrawal. These students that are struggling academically, using substances, displaying behavioral issues, and having an increase in school absences may be experiencing the effects of trauma. As such, our priority needs need to be to look at all students with a trauma-focused lens. The high-achieving students, those that are struggling academically, and those that are quiet, and those that are vocal. As a school district, we have demonstrated a commitment to our students and our community with the goal of ensuring that we provide an array of services for our staff, students, and families to support emotional wellness and ensure optimal academic achievement. I also want to point out that since 2007, suicide rates among children 10 to 19 have increased significantly. For female children since 2007, they have doubled, and suicide is the leading cause of death among teenagers. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend a BSHAC meeting at the Broward County Health Department, where this is one of our main focus areas, and we had some ideas, and we spoke to Dr. Scott Pullen, who is a local expert in this area at Nova Southeastern University. And what he brought to the table, since he goes around the country speaking on this issue and helping other districts, and this is really something for Mr. Runcie to look at, is that many districts, many districts, smaller than ours, significantly smaller than ours, have created a position, one position, and their sole purpose is to deal with suicide prevention within the district. And I have the information to bring to Mr. Runcie through Mr. Pullen, Dr. Pullen, but this is something that we need to look at. Charlene is SEDNet and suicide prevention, and we were talking about it, and it's a lot, and she's doing it all single-handedly. And it is something that nationwide, as a country, we can't stand for the rates of death by suicide in this country. We can't stand still. This is an epidemic, and it's something that we need to recognize, and we need to be proactive at addressing, and that's what these positions in the districts across the country are doing. Also, Mr. Runcie, there was a suggestion that at the beginning of the school year, we have a captive audience of parents. We're always looking for a captive audience to let parents know and get the message out. And that doesn't always happen with letters or robocalls. Everyone shows up, not everyone, but most people show up at open houses. That this issue is important enough for you to address, in a video to our parents at the opening of the school year. We did it when we had the bond. When we asked people to vote and support, we were educating them on the bond, and we've done it for many other issues, and that this should rise to the top because this is life or death, and to get the message out. And so we would like you to do that. We're also spearheading a PSA announcement that will be led by our youth following a model that exists in Pennsylvania, because we all know that the best way to educate our youth is peer-to-peer. And again, it's all about getting the message out however we can. We talked about it yesterday. All of our middle school students need shots, and the health department has pods, and thousands of kids go to the health department to get these shots. And we know they're sitting there for 15 minutes until they can leave. And so Charlene, who is amazing, is getting dollars and working with the community to get out pamphlets and information to parents for the signs and how to help their students. So it's about getting to the parents and getting to the families. I'm now going to introduce Ms. Al-Hadaf, and she's going to speak to you and introduce our student.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Haley Bentoncourt, and I'd like to thank her for coming today to have the strength and courage. Haley.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Haley Bettencourt, and I'm a 10th grade student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. I was on the 3rd floor of the 1200 building on February 14, 2018. Prior to this day, schools have always been a safe place for me to learn and grow with friends. That day, it took 6.5 minutes to change how I feel at school. I have learned that everybody grieves differently at different times, and everybody shows anxiety in different ways too. I didn't start to show signs of emotional trauma until around October of this year. Before, I was kind of numb. My chorus teacher suggested that I speak to Mr. McGarry at the Wana Center and made a call for him to come to chorus. Mr. McGarry brought me to the Wana Center, and he made me feel comfortable talking about what I was going through. There were things that I wasn't talking about and dealing with that were affecting me in ways that I wasn't aware of. I've been working on myself through therapy and trying to accept what I have experienced that day. I find comfort in knowing that the Wana Center is there with mental health services. In celebration of May being Mental Health Month, I'm grateful for my therapist, the mental health professionals, and services that are helping me and my fellow MSC students through this recovery. Thank you for allowing me to share this experience with all of you. I'm Haley, and I'm trying to get better every day.
Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Runcie. I've been standing here before you for several years now with this resolution, and I'm very proud to do that again in support of mental health. The focus on mental health has never been so prominent in student services and throughout the district, and I thank all of you, especially Mr. Runcie, for your support in the services that we provide. Our campaign this year for Mental Health 2019 has focused on resilience with a slogan of Stop the Stigma, to ensure we can continue to have open conversations around mental health and ensure students have access to their services. We thank you again for your support.
Thank you.
Also, on behalf of the board, I just want to thank all of our counselors, our family counselors, our social workers, our whole team behind us, because you're the ones who are out there day to day helping the students, our school psychologist, Charlene, who's working so hard. And since it is Mental Health Awareness Month, please make sure everyone is practicing self-care, because that's more important than ever. All of our staff members need to make sure that they're resilient, because you're taking on these issues and supporting our students, but you also need to be supported. So thank you for all that you do for our students and families, and we're going to take a board picture, and we have bracelets, so we'll wear them all today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
that's why you only take 6 of them. Take the other 2, just take a few.
Yeah, but that's not her sole purpose, and she can't get it all done.
But I think it's good.
Like, she'll tell you. She thought it was a great idea. She thought it was a
I
great
know,
idea.
I'm just telling Beth, I'm just getting his attention. Yes.
Oh, no.
So the next presentation we have is, and we're running a little bit behind, is the 11:05 presentation, Lori Rich Levinson, Christine Henschel, recognition of Jason Zembuck Young as BurgerFi Star Teacher Award winner.
Good morning. This is a very exciting presentation for me and for the students, teachers, and staff at South Plantation High School. I'd like to recognize that Jason Zembuck Young has received the BurgerFi Star Teacher Award, as well as the Tony Awards Excellence in Theater Education Honorable Mention Award this year. And to introduce him, I also have with me Principal Christine Henschel, South Plantation High, and I'm going to let the students do the talking because they're the ones who nominated him for this award, and let them tell you about him.
Hi. Everyone loves a great story, and as theater director at South Plantation High School for 15 years, Mr. Zembuck has taught us how to become great storytellers on stage using our bodies, our voices, and our expressions. So when the opportunity arose for us, the students, to tell his story, we jumped at the chance. On Monday, May 6th, Mr. Zembuck was awarded the BurgerFi Star Teacher Award and received $1,000 in cash prize and a BurgerFi badge for 50 of his hardest working students. And this past week he was notified by the Tony Awards that he was one of the 25 honorable mentions from across the country for the Tony's Excellence in Theater Education Award. And his name will appear on the Tony Awards website and in the Tony Awards playbill hosted by James Corbin on Sunday, June 9th.
When Mr. Zembuck Young started teaching at South Plantation, he was mesmerized by how expressive his deaf students were when communicating in class and knew he had to include these natural actors in his productions. The problem with sign language interpreters were only available during the day, and this didn't sit well with Mr. Zembuck. He believed his deaf students deserved the same high school experience as his hearing students, and extracurricular activities are a huge part of that experience. So he worked within the system to change it, and now interpreters are available for all after-school activities, not just the theater program, changing the lives of hundreds of deaf and hard-of-hearing students. 11 years ago, he started the Paladin Playhouse Summer Theater Camp for kids ages 7 to 13, where the high schoolers serve as counselors and teachers. If any of you are looking for a camp for your kid, check it out at www.fott.org. He went on to become a foster parent with his husband Michael and has fostered over 37 children here in Broward County. He also offers free admission to all foster families so that they can bring their students to experience live theater. 3 years ago, he adopted his daughter Piper and facilitated the adoption of one of his deaf and hard of hearing students 6 weeks before she turned 18 and would have aged out of the foster care system. Mr. Zembuk Young has made it his life's mission to use the theater arts to enrich the lives of every student, no matter their circumstance or ability, and that is why we felt it necessary to nominate him for these prestigious awards and share his story. For the BurgerFi Award, there were over 850 nominees, so.
Good morning. First, I'd like to say thank you to my principal, Ms. Henschel, as well as Colleen Raymer, who stands behind me, and all of the students at South Plantation High School that felt that I should be nominated for this award. In addition, thank you very much to Ms. Rich Levinson, our school board member, who has always been an advocate and a promoter of the arts program at South Plantation High School, as well as Mr. Runcie, who's been to several of our productions. I invite each and every single one of you to come see the work that my kids are doing at South Plantation High School. Again, thank you so much for the honor, and I hope to see you guys at the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it really is a treat. I invite all my colleagues and everyone here to come because the shows are done, your regular performance and in sign language down in front in full character. So you're looking basically at two different things at the same time so that all of our students can take advantage of the wonderful productions. And they also just won Best Show at the Cappies, correct?
Yeah, one's on this island.
Yes, once on this island. So, thank you. Could we get a picture, please?
Sure, yes, absolutely. If the students and Mr. Zembuk Young could come up for a photo, join us up here. Okay, thank you. And now we will have our resolution in support of Haitian Heritage Month and Haitian Flag Day.
Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and guests. My name is Dr. Cassandra Davis, member of the Department of Equity and Diversity. Thank you for the opportunity to share an important aspect of the lived experiences of our Haitian American students. According to the Census Bureau, Broward was home to roughly 117,000 people of Haitian ancestry in 2015. The number reflects an increase of 24% since 2007. This increase has been steady over years, but was most apparent post the earthquake of 2010. Haitian students currently represent the largest ethnic group in Broward schools from one country. While Haitian students look forward to new beginnings with anticipation and concern, they have left behind a country of great pride, independence, and dignity, as exemplified by the Haitian anthem to be presented by Ms. Adna Joseph from School Counseling and Brace Advisement.
Pour Haïti, pays ancêtres, yo. Haïti, pays ancêtres, yo, c'est pour nous marcher, mais dans la mer, dans mi-temps nous pas fait pour gagner traite, nous seuls pour faire mettre tête, nous, en nous marcher, mais dans la mer pour Haïti, Kavin pi belle. En nous, mes têtes ensemble. Pour Haïti, oh non, tous ancêtres, yo. Thank you.
My name is Pierre Sino, the Program Manager of Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders from the Office of Equity and Diversity. In moving towards the salute of a new flag, students often encounter adjustment both at home and in the classroom. Our Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, President of Coral Spring High School, Ms. Francesca Edward, will read the experience of living between two flags of a former Broward student.
What factors drive people to move to another country? To earn money, battle poverty and sickness, to escape war and persecution, and seek a better opportunity for their children and themselves. There are many motives as well, but what most actions share are the selfless and brave persons behind them. My own parents immigrated to South Florida from Haiti in the late 80s to expand their horizons. Their hard work and sacrifices have carried my 4 siblings through school, vocational training, graduate school, military, and life. However, with unconditional love comes unconditional expectations from their culture, many of which often clash with the traditional values and expectations of American culture. These clashes leave second-generation Haitian Americans feeling trapped between 2 distant worlds with the unique perspective of living between 2 flags. In a traditional household, the rituals carried over create a rigid atmosphere. The parent's native language is usually primarily spoken and heard in media outlets. Cuisine revolves around their native tastes, and their expectations reflect their childhood requirements. But there are some cultural themes that do not carry over so smoothly. Emotions show weakness, immaturity, and lack of self-control. You are your gender and sex, and you would not deviate. Your complaints pale to the immense pains your ancestors endured. So it's no use. Mental illness is an illusion. You're just afraid to try hard. You will wear what your parents tell you to wear and what they want you to think, or you are disobedient. This dynamic does not always graciously intersect American culture, which teaches, empowers, and challenges the status quo. Do you live under one flag, but experience life through another? How do you balance living between 2 flags?
Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and guests. My name is Kathleen Jacques Adams, Assistant General Counsel with the Office of General Counsel. Thankfully, students are able to navigate both spaces with support through innovative programs such as language labs, accent reduction courses, and culturally responsive student groups. Clubs like Haitian Student Association and Caribbean Student Association serve to empower and give students voice, students who must assimilate and thrive between 2 flags. Furthermore, students are further supported through the arts. Poetry is a unique vessel in which experiences are explored as seen in the poetry of the indie finalist of the Louder Than a Bomb South Florida culminating event, Mr. Joseph Jean, senior at Piper High School.
Good morning, my name is Joseph. I'm from Piper High School. I'm a spoken word artist. When people offend me for being Haitian, I think of fire. It reminds me of when I was young living in Haiti, I set my living room table on fire. It took 9 buckets of water to extinguish my curiosity, and ironically, a few months later, I fell over a charcoal stove. It leaves a scar across my chest that reminds how close Haiti is to my heart. So come up to me and make fun of me for being Haitian. I'll say, Femme bouche, that means shut your mouth because you don't know this skin is as thick as a laboui. My mother would feed me every night and I'm awoken by my grandmother who has a Haitian bandana filled with sweat and pride. Haiti is my breath, and yes, my breath smells like grill, but that's because my mother knows how to cook it right. So come up to me and try to break me down mentally, because I can still feel my ancestors' sweat crawling down my skin, so I can't comprehend why you want to offend me but know nothing about me or my ancestry. Don't you know that my blood circulates through sans lavity? A slave who had fire in his eyes, who sought out independence. Now it's reality. You think you can enslave me with your words? You must be stupid. That's BS, or basically stupid, or basically saturated information that's untrue. Like apparently, since I'm Haitian, I must know how to eat cat, but the only thing I want to play is D, Ligum, and Sospoa. And apparently, since I'm Haitian, I must know how to do voodoo, but if I did have that ability, I'd probably make you disappear, or your ignorance, whichever comes first. So come up to me and call my language ghetto. I call it art. So give me a Creole and I'll teach you Creole. And no, sac passe is not the only words in a Creole language. I'm tired of people bashing my country, bashing my culture. Don't you know that the Haitian flag has a palm tree that represents freedom and weapons that's surrounded, ready to defend at any time, but there's no need to defend something that can't be taken down. See, no matter how many times these earthquakes and hurricanes come, these flames will not go out. So I'm done with the inconsiderate people who know nothing about my country but seem to have itched offended. And your words will not blow us out, because you shouldn't play with fire, because if you do, wap kon Josh.
Thank you for your time. We invite you to join us for authentic Haitian cuisine in the lobby at your convenience. At this time, can the board please join us for a photo with the students?
Thank you so much. Thank you again to all the students for that wonderful presentation and for the staff who also were part of the presentation and helped put that together. The next presentation that we have is Ms. Lori Rich-Levinson with Dr. Valerie Wanza and Veda Hudge, Alan Strauss, with the National Principal Supervisor Summit Scholarship presentation.
Thank you. It is my honor once again to present with Dr. Wanza, Ms. Hudge, and Mr. Strauss the 2019 National Principal Supervisor Scholarship presentation. For the fourth year, our school district hosted the nation's only platform for principal supervisors and district leadership teams to share best practices for supporting school leaders. Many thanks to the Office of School Performance and Accountability and the conference planning team led by Veta Hudge for taking on such an awesome responsibility each year. For the second year in a row, a portion of the conference proceeds will support 7 high school seniors in our district as they pursue their post-secondary endeavors. And I just want to personally thank this team as well. As you just heard, it's the only of its kind in the nation where principal supervisors get to come together and learn from each other. And we know that that's such an important part of the success of districts. So again, thank you to all of you for doing all of that extra work to make this possible. So let's meet these fine students. David Bernardin is from Boyd Anderson High School. He will be attending Broward College. Christine Kim is from Cooper City High School. She will be attending the University of Florida. I see the Gator chomps around the room. Jennifer Harrell is from Coral Springs High School. She will be attending Broward College. Oh, here come the others. Ethan Bernstein is from Flanagan High School. He will be attending Florida State University. Farah DeJust is from MacArthur High School. She will be attending Florida State University. Peyton Lucier is from Monarch High School. She will be attending Florida State University. And Dr. Wanza says she did not do this with Florida State University. Just a coincidence. Ashley Bernard is from Stranahan High School. She will be attending Nova Southeastern University. Congratulations and best wishes to this year's scholarship recipients. We wish you much success in college. And now we'd like to take a picture with all the award winners and the board, please.
Out there for a second.
You guys, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Is that it?
I'm good.
Okay. That's it.
So this morning, I have the opportunity to recognize some of the Cambridge program top students. And unfortunately, because of the time of year that this is occurring, those students are either preparing for exams, taking exams, or getting ready to graduate. So I would like to start by saying our Cambridge program set the global standard for international education. Each year, nearly 1 million Cambridge learners prepare for their future with an education from Cambridge International. Cambridge programs equip students for success in a global society by aiding with the development of learners who are confident, responsible, reflective, innovative, and engaged. At the high school level, Broward County Public Schools offers AS and A-level courses. These levels are taken in 134 countries with more than 545,000 students taking subjects taken each year. Over 1,500 institutions accept Cambridge courses across 78 countries. Broward County is fortunate to expand Cambridge opportunities to additional schools each year. Currently, we have 14 schools with the Cambridge program and are expanding to 23 schools for next year. Broward schools that are currently implementing the Cambridge program are Sunset Lakes Elementary, Addicks Middle, Falcon Cove Middle, Glades Middle, DeQuesta Trace Middle, Coral Glades High, Cypress Bay High, Dillard High, Everglades High, Fort Lauderdale High, Monarch High, Northeast High, South Broward High, and Western High School. The schools that will be starting the Cambridge program next year are Bayview Elementary, Bennett Elementary, Rickards Middle, Sawgrass Springs Middle, Sunrise Middle, Cooper City High, MacArthur High, Piper High, and South Plantation High School. Each year, Cambridge International recognizes students who score the highest on international exams at either the 1-year AS or 2-year A level for each subject. Broward has such dedicated students who have earned top awards. The Best Across 4 Examination Award went to Javier Pradesha from Everglades High School for his performance on 4 AS level exams. Let's give him a round of applause. Matthew Zhang from Cypress Bay won the High Achievement Award for Computer Science at the A level, which is a 2-year course. And last year, Matthew won the Top in Country Award for AS level Computer Science. Cambridge also awards students who score the highest in the United States. Let me say that again, highest in the United States. 2 recipients of the Top in Country Awards at the AS level attend Cypress Bay. Lenora Vincent for French language, and Angela Lee for computer science. Again, those are top in the country. There are 2 Broward County Public School students who have earned the highest scores in the world, and earned top in the world's awards from Cambridge exams. Zon Shen Yu from Cypress Bay High School earned the highest score in the world for AS level thinking skills, the highest score in the world. That's amazing. And Global Perspectives and Research is a compulsory course that must be taken and passed by all students who are going for a Cambridge diploma. So every single student who is going for a Cambridge diploma is required to take this particular course. And Fort Lauderdale High School's Watson Lubin earned the highest score in the world for Global Perspectives and Research exam at the AS level. So let's give him a round of applause. We would like to recognize these students for their hard work and dedication to their future, and we thank them and their teachers for their efforts to put Broward County Public Schools on the map and make it noted on the map of the world for having the best in the world, the best in the country, and the top across exams. Thank you very much for recognizing these students. And next, we'll have a presentation from Ann Murray and Lisa Malinkovic on the How Low You Can Go presentation.
Well, good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and community members. Today, I want to take this opportunity to celebrate district environmental initiatives by bringing forth the winners of our annual P3 Echo Challenge and How Low Can You Go? But unfortunately, because of testing, some of the students will not be here. The P3 Echo Challenge recognizes and rewards traditional and charter Broward County Public Schools, teachers, students, non-instructional, and custodial staff for their efforts to learn about and implement environmentally sustainable measures and green initiatives within their schools and communities. The P3 School Challenges measure schools that demonstrate participation in or implementation of different sustainable metrics based on a rubric composite of 6 comprehensive categories: school grounds, environmental, school sustainability, curriculum integration, community involvement, administrative support, and innovative and special programs. It is my honor to announce that Driftwood Middle School won the overall school P3 Echo Challenge Awards for addressing all 6 categories. This is the second time that Driftwood Middle won the P3 Echo School Award. Woo! Woo! Oh, wow. Okay, Linda. Here with us today is the Magna Coordinator of Driftwood Middle School, Nikki, what is it? Artanis, okay, along with like I said, our students can't be here because of our testing, but we keep them in our minds. All right. Nikki, where are you? Right here. Okay, it's your turn. To brag about our students. Oh, they didn't tell you when to speak? No, they didn't. Okay.
On behalf of the students of Driftwood Middle, the Academy of Health and Wellness, I thank you for the recognition.
I like doing that. That just shows how intelligent and capable our staff is to step up to the bat at any moment. The How Low Can You Go Challenge raises awareness of the effects of CO2 emissions and educates students on responsible energy consumption. Through education and our partnership with the Miami Heat, go Heat, we have inspired many people to change their behavior and become aware of all the small changes we can do every day of our lives to reduce our environmental footprint. I would like to bring forward my energy bunny from Driftwood Middle, Linda Gisitano, who teaches at Driftwood and is the founder of How Low You Can Go Challenge, to provide some additional highlights about the challenge. Thank you. Come on, Linda.
I'm not lost for words. That's what she just said. Good morning, Mr. Runcie and school board members. Thank you again for this opportunity to be able to actually host this and house this in Broward County Public Schools. We started in 2008. It started at Driftwood, and now we've branched off. We've included 109 schools in all of South Florida, Palm Beach, Broward County, and Dade schools. Over the years, in the last, we had 64 schools from Broward County and a total of 109. We had the ceremony at the Miami Heat game during the halftime, April 3rd, in 2019. But before I go on, it wouldn't be possible without the partnerships of Janae Puma with our energy analyst for Broward County Public Schools and our environmental partnership with Broward County, which is Mina Angelotti's here today to represent them. Without these partnerships and the Miami Heat, none of this would be possible. I want to first acknowledge the first place team, which was William Dandy Middle School. Come on up. 12% in reduction. They saved over 165,000 kilowatts of energy, which equals $6,000. Now, granted, that might not seem like a lot, but this challenge only goes for 3 months. It starts November 15th and ends March 1st. And a lot of these schools implement these great behaviors to reduce their energy and water, and it carries over with the cost savings, like I said, about $6,000 just for one school. Our most sustainable school, which is Walter C. Young, for the last 5 years, Walter C. Young continues, and that's very, very difficult to continue to reduce energy after already having a low baseline from the previous year. So we have Walter, where is she? Walter C. Young right here. They were here last year. Now, we introduced water, we piloted water 2 years ago, and it is saving the district a lot of money. This year, it saved the district $85,000. We had an 87% reduction in water, and the winning school this year was Crystal Lakes Middle. And we have a new category, which I was unaware of until I looked at the data again, which I'm going to call the MVP Award, which we'll acknowledge next year, which is Westwood Heights, because they reduced not over in energy, but they reduced in water also, and that's very difficult, like I said, to be able to do it over and over and over again. And these are just gateways that we can, these schools that are brand new to the environmental world, this is a gateway to be able to open doors so that they can become more sustainable. And we get to meet the new cheerleaders and ambassadors at each school. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Would you like me to do the next one? Go ahead. You're doing quite well. Okay, we also, the How Low Can We Go Challenge was just recognized in Boston at the Project Green Schools at the Green Difference Awards. How Low Can We Go and Driftwood Middle School was acknowledged for their green team and their participation in continuously reducing energy, waste, water, and just all our environmental initiatives. But we had a new school this year, and let me find the reading. Maina, did you want to read that? Or would you like me to read it? Would you like to read it, or do you want me to read it? Okay, I will read it. Sistrunk Bioswale demonstration project was honored by Project Green Schools as recognized outstanding national environmental education and STEM education effort in their annual Green Difference Awards program. Broward County EPCRD mentored more than 100 students from Dillard High School and Parkway Middle School in engineering and science field, aiding them in developing landscaping plans, scientific measurements, and working with state-of-the-art technology along with installation of more than 1,000 plants, among other activities. Currently, Monique Mitchell, come on up here, Monique, here she is, from Dillard High School is working with her students to help design and lay out for an informational kiosk at site. They were also recognized. When we were there at the Project Green Schools, everybody refers to Broward County. Everybody has Broward County envy when it comes to environmental studies. And everybody looks to Broward County for all the environmental things that we are doing here because of our partnerships with Broward County, where is Mina, and all the different partnerships that we actually have here and you allowing us to be able to actually make this happen here and allow us to have this. So, thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you, Linda. Like I said, she's the energy buddy. You know, when we started this program off many years ago, and I remember that Linda and I went down to the heat, and the energy that they shared with us to really recognize our students and reward them with the attendance at the heat game. And I've gone a few times, and the fun that we have. But not only that, we're planting roots in our young people to be responsible for the environment. And with all the fun that we have and the enthusiasm we have of staff, it's the children who really tell the story when we see what they do each and every day. So again, to Linda and everyone that's here today, thank you, thank you. Okay. Can we have a photo op now? Come on.
Sure.
Good afternoon. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and who have not signed up in the back, you may be heard if we do not have time for you, you may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. At the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speaker concerns back to the board. Our first speaker this morning, and when you come to the podium, please identify yourself, would be Stacia Day Murray. Hope I said that correctly? Almost. Okay. Sure. If you come forward, Mr. Moakman will hand it to us.
Thank you. Is Mr. Runcie coming back? I really would like to be addressing him also.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that he left, but
a lot of this is kind of.
Okay, just
thank
a
you.
second.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Runcie is back.
Thank you.
So Ms. Day Murray, please begin.
Good afternoon. I would like to address the board today about an injustice that occurred within our school system. I am aware I have a limited time, so I will be brief and stick to the facts. This injustice victimized a young boy who was physically assaulted on more than one level during regular school hours by more than one school authority. His life became a downward spiral and eventually resulted in his death. The investigation was inconclusive, and the school employees were never disciplined, fired, or brought up on charges. My name is Stacia Day Murray. I am the grieving mother of Dinko Murray. I am here to personally direct questions to Mr. Runcie. I am here to ask Mr. Runcie to reopen the investigation to my son's last assault and once and for all, get justice for Nico. Mr. Runcie, I would like to read something that you wrote that inspired me and made me support you in keeping your position as superintendent. The battle for quality education is a social justice cause of our time. If you believe that every child has the right to a quality education, then there is no more important work than providing the right leadership to dramatically transform public education in this country. I have found my passion and purpose in life to improve the human condition by giving every child an equal chance to excel and achieve happiness. It all starts at the top with one of the most challenging and important jobs of America, the Urban School Board Superintendent, by Robert W. Runcie. These are the words of a man who would never let the justice of a young boy fall through the cracks. I ask you here and now, Mr. Runcie, to take another look at these events and make your own determination. There is a video that I would like to be reviewed by you and the members of the board. I am once again requesting a copy of the video that I've been denied. I'm invoking my right under the Freedom of Information Act, also known as FOIA. There's overwhelming evidence that this case was mishandled, swept under the rug, and forgotten. I am confident that there is not a parent in this room that would accept the events that led to Nico's last days.
Thank you, Ms.
I have one more.
That is your 3 minutes.
May I just have a conclusion? It takes 30 seconds.
Please.
There was no consideration, no closure, no justice. I have started a movement that will exponentially grow on social media, local and national media. Justice for Nico. In closing, I would like to personally challenge you and the members of the board to finally grant justice for Nico.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person is Ronnie Flournoy.
Excuse me.
Don't see him. Trudy Germanovich. Miriam Adar. Amy Yeha. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I'm here today with Stacia Murray on behalf of her son, Nico Murray, who was 14 years old when he passed away last year. Very tragic, very unfortunate, very unnecessary. For many of us who are parents, and we don't have to be parents to understand what a tragedy it is to lose a child. We live in a world where there's so much color and there's so much variety, and there's a lot of ups and downs in this world, especially today with our children. But at the end of the day, they are children. There may be children who are troubled. There may be children who have been labeled by the system as having, disorders and or behavioral issues. But they're human beings, they are children, and they deserve the same right that we all deserve. Nico did not get that justice. His mother is asking for no more than any parent would ask for. Please look into the matter. Please allow her and the members of the board to review the evidence and hold those accountable. Yes, this is her child. Tomorrow it can be your child. It could be any one of your children. Will it then be taken seriously because of the title and the status that some of us wear rather than others? This is a human life. And it doesn't matter who Nico was, what he did. It matters that what happened to him is investigated fully. It deserves and needs desperately the attention of the school board members. I ask you to please let this child rest in peace and let his grieving mother come to terms with and finally find peace and trust the system and trust that you will do the right thing for her son and that you put a stop to this and prevent this from happening to any other children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we have not used up all the 10 slots, I'm going to continue on the waiting list. We have Mr. Silas Brown, Miss Angelique Turo, sorry. Please come forward. And state your name for the record.
Angelique Giroux. Thank you, Broward County School Board and Superintendent Runcie for the opportunity to speak on the matter regarding Tropical Elementary Principal's reassignment. A petition was started on Friday and has collected just shy of 1,000 signatures. They do not support this reassignment. I'm here to ask you to please consider how this disruptive change will affect our children. They have already had to acclimate to a new type of environment with heightened security measures, increased code drills, and knowledge of school shootings. These are not middle schoolers or high schoolers. These are young children. Principal Anderson is not just a principal. he is a pillar of trust for our children. He has created a safe atmosphere. He knows our school like no other. We keep asking these children to continuously adjust to major changes that affect how they feel about the school environment. This disruption will undoubtedly shake their trust. Please help us understand how this change will benefit our school and our children. Please vote no on Principal Anderson's reassignment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Matthew Rodling. Please identify yourself when you come.
Hi, Matthew Redling. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. John Mayhew.
And let the record show that Mr. Mayhew is next on the list, so he will have the additional 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayhew.
I'm John Mayhew. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Superintendent Runcie, Chairperson Brinkworth, and the rest of the board. I'd like to come today to thank you for all the hard work that you've done in the last year and 2 months since the tragic shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I can't imagine what it's like to be in your shoes when this tragic event happened. So much attention was paid to Broward County, so much stress. I know you work tirelessly on making sure that our students are safe. And furthermore, I would like to thank you for the hospitality you gave me 8 months ago when I was here asking for permission to donate bullet-resistant glass to my children's school. Since that time, it was successful. It took about 4 days. We were able to donate to other schools as well in Broward County. And the feedback has been nothing but phenomenal. The parents have reached out to thank my company personally, Ballista Glass, but what they did tell me really hit home, and that was when there are code red drills at their schools, the kids feel a lot less stressed because they know that they have some measure of protection. So it really doesn't matter where a child goes to school in Broward, whether it's in Lauderhill Lakes or Parkland or wherever. Those children that were in here earlier, any one of them could be the neurosurgeon that saves my life in 25 years. All children are precious. They all deserve a great education. We moved to Broward to get a great education for our kids in the public schools, and we are very happy about that decision. You've been tremendous in your leadership. The thing that I want to do next is help you out with a very difficult subject that has been broached several times throughout the last year, and that is school metal detectors. We have school metal detectors that we wish to donate. There are 7 districts in Broward, and because all the kids are precious, we want to make sure that they get spread out. We've been working with schools in Indiana. They've installed it. They've been basically the guinea pigs about this. They understand that security is a layered proposition. What we are trying to achieve with our metal detectors is a layer of deterrence. People need to understand that metal detectors do not create a sterile environment on the other side of the metal detectors. So we have to keep managed expectations. What it does, metal detectors in our regime creates the deterrent. So the children, A, will know that they're in a safer environment, but B, they won't feel like they're entering a prison. They will be in an area that they think has a lower probability of having any weapons. Now, I gave a presentation about 3 months ago to Broward County schools. They were wonderfully hospitable. And today, I would just like to use my voice to further that request, further that offer of a donation to the schools. The idea is we do not want to make our schools feel like a prison. These metal detectors are tiny. They're portable. When people on social media make a threat on a Sunday night, what do we do on Monday but send more police to the school? That's wonderful. However, those targets would also benefit from metal detectors that the kids don't feel is scary. So I implore you, please consider my request to accept my donation of these metal detectors. I would love to hear any feedback at some point in the future. I know that this is not a Q&A, and I know I'm not expecting an answer right now, but I just wanted to make sure that from the love of our heart, as concerned parents, we want to be able to do something, a pilot program, anything to try to make the kids feel safer so that when my kids are going through a code red drill today, they feel a little bit safer and they can get back to learning without worrying. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We have, according to my check marks, and I think Ms. Good, I think you were keeping track, I think that it should be 6 people. Is that what you have noticed so far? You have 5? Okay. Okay. We have, the point being, we have a few more to go. Jamie Bosse.
Hello, Jamie Bosse. First off, thank you for allowing us to speak today. I'm here as a concerned parent from Tropical Elementary School. When we received the news that Mr. Anderson was being sent to another school, there were tears, lots of tears. Tears from parents, tears from staff members, but most of all, there was tears from the children. I wasn't present when this news was sent to Davie Elementary, but after speaking with a lot of parents there, I heard it was the same reaction. As Angelique stated, our children are faced with a lot of disruption and stressors today. Between mandatory code drills, fire drills, testing, unstable home lives, they rely on those things which are constant to them to get them through. I know we can't avoid these disruptions, especially the day and age that we live in now, but I do believe this is one disruption we can control. When the principal calls you by name, when you get out of your car in the morning and tells you good morning, you feel confident, you feel good, and most of all, you feel safe. That's what these 2 schools have currently. So we're questioning who is winning with the swapping of these 2 principals, because it seems like both schools are not winning with this. I understand that sometimes you need to make a lot of decisions, and those decisions look really good on paper. But when you're faced with the reality of it, maybe it doesn't make quite as much sense. Think about a job candidate that you look at their resume and you think, this person looks great. And they show up for that interview. And after that interview, you realize that's not the right fit. And I think both of these schools currently have that right fit. By moving these 2 established principals who have dedicated their lives not only to their schools, but to their communities, we are doing a disservice to those communities, but most importantly to the 1,700 children that it will affect. So I ask you please today to put yourselves in our shoes as concerned parents and put on your mom and dad hats. I put on my hat today. And think about what you would want for your children, that consistency that they currently have at both of these schools. And please vote no on the reassignment of these 2 principals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I neglected to tell you that we try to keep it very quiet here during the speakers, and we don't usually allow applause. And I know you guys are great. If you could maybe do this or hands up or something so we can move quicker through there. I know it sounds crazy, but everybody in that audience, if I give the time here, it's going to take time away from something else. So thank you. Next, we have Michelle Axelson. There you go. Right. Thank you. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Axelson, and I am the PTA president of Tropical Elementary. I have a 2nd and a 4th grader. Whether you drive your child to school, put them on a bus, or in my case, walk them to school, You should have the comfort of knowing you're putting them in the hands of safety, a great education, and love. And every day I drop my kids off, their teachers, I know that I'm doing just that. The peace of mind comes from the leader, and the leader is Eric Anderson. The safety of our students is unarguably the most important factor we face today. Since the MSD incident, Eric Anderson has been scrutinizing and brainstorming functional security options that are specific to the unique surroundings of our campus layout at Tropical Elementary. Losing Mr. Anderson's perspective, research, and critical relationships with law enforcement, parents, staff, and students would make our school unreasonably vulnerable. Further, I would venture to say that Mr. Snyder and Davie Elementary would be in a comparable situation, and this vulnerability is unnecessary and untimely. In light of the lack of specific direction from the district regarding school security after MSD, we rely upon Mr. Anderson's keen, introspective knowledge of the plantation community and school staff, student body, and families. Over the course of 17 years, Mr. Anderson has developed exceptional and synergistic relationships with school staff, our resource officer, and local law enforcement. After both of these loyal administrators have built into these relationships for 17 and 19 years, respectively, it is unreasonable and in bad faith that the school board should reassign 2 principals towards the end of their careers. It serves as only a disruption in an already turbulent school environment. Finally, I sympathize with the school board's experience and belief that has been in the best interest of all the reassignments, have served a valuable purpose. While this may have been effective in the past, we live in a very different world now, and the school board is discounting the negative impact the loss of these 2 administrators will have on the morale and stability of these schools. I believe the board is putting both our communities in precarious situations because of the antiquated ideals. I urge you to please act reasonably and in good faith. Trust that the representatives speaking today for both Tropical and Davie Elementary Schools have the right perspective and intention. I please hope that you will reconsider the reassignment of Eric Anderson and Robert Snyder. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Terry Preuss.
Hi, Terry Lopez Preuss. I am a citizen here in Broward for over 30 years, and thank you for all you do. This morning I sent everyone an email. It was a blog from the Badass Teachers Association, which actually commented on an American Federation of Teachers and Badass Teachers Association survey that was done. I sent it to all of you. Representative Aladef, yours came back. I don't know why, but I'd like to get it to you. Anyway, we do have a problem with the situation of bullying. Sometimes it is aided and abetted by certain rules that are in place or legal opinions that are very mistaken. The legislature changes in Tallahassee to teacher evaluations, and this hunt for, people who are doing something is something that we need to be able to put a stop on. And sometimes those targets are not being treated fairly. And as I see, sometimes the targets are communities and children themselves. I normally don't read, but I'm going to read as much as I can from the post that I sent you, because bullying is an issue and people in power must be stopped. In 2013, I started an online group called Bully Busters, and I think I need to start it up again. Targets need help. A survey done by the American Federation of Teachers and the Badass Teachers Association in 2017 found that teachers report poor mental health, twice the rate of the general population. They also experience workplace bullying 3 times more often than other workers. Yet these victims find that out-of-control colleagues are difficult to control. Is anyone trying to stop this abusive practice? In the teaching profession, the most obvious places to look for help are the teacher unions. These enormous organizations possess the resources and manpower to fight for any teacher whose rights to secure a satisfying career are being threatened by power-hungry legislators. Yes, at the wheels of government's turn, new legislation appears. Many jurisdictions have made themselves havens for administrators by crafting legislation that created a right-to-work state. Those of us who work in these areas are denied protections normally available to workers who are free to unionize and stand up for bully employers. As a result, legal protections from bullying are limited, and it is happening here in Broward. The lack of protection from bully administrators results in the abuse of due process itself. Teachers are buried in letters of reprimand that are required to be produced in copious, highly detailed lesson plans that they will likely be asked to attend workshops for improvement, usually at their own expense, and all of this paperwork is later used to aid to their suspension. Every bully supervisor can find a reason for bullying a teacher.
Thank you, Ms. Preuss. Next, we have Ms. Georgia Brown. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
My name is Georgia Brown, and I'm a retired National Board Certified teacher from Tropical Elementary School. I am here regarding the proposed reassignment of Eric Anderson. Tropical Elementary is a family school, and Mr. Anderson is our patriarch. He and his 3 brothers attended that school, which started their love for education. Mr. Anderson was a finalist for Assistant Principal of the Year when he was summoned as Tropical's administrator. He later earned the title of Broward Principal of the Year in recognition of his amazing career at Tropical. He has strong ties with his students, parents, and the plantation community, including police and firefighters. I know how closely he works with his PTA because I was a board member. I know how closely he works with his community because I served on SAC for many years. I know how he inspires devotion because I have been a volunteer for 10 years after my retirement, and after 6 of my own grandchildren have gone through Tropical and onto middle school and high school. Mr. Anderson leads the Tropical family from the first week of kindergarten and his boo breakfast for his parents. And then there's the 5th grade commencement when he cries each year. The parents expect it. He has given his students roots and wings. His life and his business is Tropical. When budgets are cut, he takes over before and after care. He initiates a summer camp program. His tech advisor and himself come on the weekend and wire things so that instead of 1 classroom getting technology, 5 are able to get technology because of his savings. He has board projects. His elementary school is the best equipped elementary school in Broward County. I have a dream for Mr. Anderson that he remains. He has been able to fund tutors before testing. He keeps the arts in elementary school. He provides students with a safe and secure environment. How do you reward that kind of devotion? How do you tell that man that he is going to leave the school he loves? Please, I beg you, do not break up our Tropical family. Thank you.
And our last speaker today is Roger Habercorn.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yourself. I'm sorry. Identify yourself.
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Next line.
Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Today, in front of you, my name is Roger Habercorn. I'm a resident of the city of Plantation, and my home is in the Tropical Elementary zone. I have had 2 boys go through Tropical Elementary over a 10-year period, and I have been actively involved as much as possible being a continuous member of the PTA and serving on the committees, and being a member of SAC and SAF. So I think I have an idea of what I speak. Although I no longer have skin in the game, a student at Tropical Elementary, I do have a vested concern in the community as a whole. A good school equals a good community equals a good city. I beg of you, do not transfer Mr. Anderson to a different school. There's no other person who has more of a vested interest in the success of Tropical than Mr. Anderson. It all appears to be easy, but that is far from the facts. It took a big effort to get Tropical in the condition that it is today. It takes a big effort to keep it that way, and it takes a big effort to make it better. I know of no other person who thrives to make that happen than Mr. Anderson, and I find it very confounding that transferring Mr. Anderson to a different school is even given any consideration. You all know Mr. Anderson and his accomplishments. I don't have to preach any accolades. But again, on behalf of the city, the community, the school, the teachers, the staff, and most importantly, the students, I beg of you, do not transfer Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That ends our comments from our public, and we will now go to lunch, and we will be back at 1:25 and start the next resolution up, I believe, is foster care. So I recess the meeting, and we'll be back at 1:25. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're back in session now. At this time, we will have the resolution in support of foster care, and I will be going down the podium to be, of course, part of one of my favorite resolutions. How are you? My hands are frozen. That's okay. How are you? You should just.
You have this?
I hope so.
And if not, I have it, and then I edit. I have to fix the screen.
Oh, okay.
There were a couple of.
Want me to go by that or just? We'll just start. Okay. I think so. Is that it? Okay.
To go with this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, Superintendent Runcie, special guests. We're back live. Today we're honoring and recognizing the month of May. The month of May is National Foster Care Month, an important part of keeping the needs of our children, youth in foster care on the minds of our schools, our public officials, businesses, and community leaders throughout Broward County, acknowledging the many, many foster parents, kinship caregivers, volunteers, mentors, policymakers, child welfare professionals, other members of the community who help support children and youth care find permanent homes and connections. Our collective efforts work to provide a stable life for these youth. We recognize, and our Broward community working to keep our children safe and supporting our families, Department of Children and Families, ChildNet, Guardian Ad Litem Program, child advocates, and volunteers. Thank you for all that you do. In addition to the community at large, we recognize the value of all the work that our employees in schools, district offices, engage to ensure that our foster care students are provided with the very best educational opportunities, comprehensive wraparound supports, including school stability to increase positive educational outcomes. Thank you all for what you do. The resolution of the School Board of Broward County reassures our commitment of providing quality educational programs and support services to our youth in care. Do I read that one now? Okay. Before I read it, you would be really disappointed if I didn't mention that we, of course, are successful foster care parents. We have fostered more than our son. We fostered a couple of sibling groups when they were very young. And I think one of the hardest things is to be in foster care and give them all the key support that they need. And when they're able to return to their home, you help them successfully transition back. And those of us who are able to adopt the children from the foster care, it's a wonderful opportunity, and gives us both love and appreciation as we give back to the students themselves and to our own children. It's a beautiful thing. If you're interested, we have a great team here, and we would love to tell you about foster care. Whereas National Foster Care Month was established in 1988 to recognize the importance of the work of foster families, social workers, faith-based and community organizations, educators, and others that are improving the lives of our young people in foster care across the country, and encourages all Americans to participate in efforts to serve these children throughout the whole year. Do you want to do the other ones or? No.
Whereas all children deserve a safe, loving, and permanent home, and
whereas children enter the foster care system for a variety of reasons, such as substance abuse, mental illness, domestic violence, physical abuse, and/or neglect, and
whereas a child entering the foster care system must confront the widespread misperception that children in foster care are disruptive, unruly, and dangerous, even though placement in the foster care system is based on the actions of a parent or guardian, and
whereas the primary goal of foster care system is to ensure the safety and the well-being of our children while working to provide a safe and loving home for each child, and
whereas children of color are disproportionately represented in the foster care system and are less likely to be reunited with their biological families, and
whereas on average, there are almost 2,000 Broward County children living in foster care, and
whereas the average child in the foster care system is 10 years old and will be placed in 3 different homes, leading to separations from siblings and unfamiliar surroundings, and
whereas most children who remain in foster care without a placement with a permanent family struggle to prevent homelessness, unemployment, teen pregnancy, substance abuse, and an involvement in human trafficking, and
whereas there is a dire need for more out-of-home placements in Broward County, Florida.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida acknowledges the unique needs of children in the foster care system, and that we recognize foster youth throughout our county for their ongoing tenacity, courage, and resilience while facing life's challenges, that we honor the tireless efforts of those who work every day to improve outcomes for our children in the child welfare system. And we acknowledge the exceptional alumni of the foster care system who serve as advocates and role models for youth who remain in care, and hereby declare May 29th as National Foster Care Month. So thank you very much. And is there another part? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. There you go.
So on behalf of the Student Support Initiatives and Recovery Division, the Student Services Department, we thank you for your continued support in meeting the needs of our foster care youth. In Broward County, on any given month, as was said before, there are approximately 2,000 children in foster care. That's about the size of a small high school or a middle school or a large elementary school. And since 2013, our increase in identification of foster care youth in our schools has positively impacted awareness of the needs of foster care youth within Broward County schools, and more importantly, has resulted in increased collaborations within our school system and the community in servicing our students. We continue to improve the processes for positive educational outcomes and are continuing to work in increasing our promotion and graduation rates. Please direct your attention to the screen for a reminder of this work.
The way that I say it is we ask you to take a child into your home and your heart and love them as if they were your own, and then give them back.
Foster care is not meant to keep families apart. They want to reunite families after they have done whatever it is they need to do to become a whole family again. Whatever tore them apart or whatever reason they came into foster care, the agencies work with that biological family to help them become whole again. And when that process is completed, then reunification can take place. My job as a foster parent, I'm working with the PTA and the school, is to work collaboratively to help build a strong foundation for that foster youth. You can't raise a foster child alone. The foster parent has to understand it's a team effort. with the social worker, the teacher, the principal, the medical professionals. It's a team effort. So that's really important for a foster parent to learn. Foster care is an opportunity to make a big difference in a child's life. If you ever want to make a difference in your community, foster caring is an opportunity to do that.
I always say, if we did it all over again, we would still do it. It's better than it is hard. As hard as it is sometimes, it's better than it is hard.
Our community benefits when we work together to provide comprehensive services for our students. At this time, please join me in welcoming one of our partners, Don Liberta, Community Development Administrator, Circuit 17, Department of Children and Families. Thank you for being a part of this.
Oh, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me a few moments to speak about why Foster Care Month is so important. In Broward County alone, around 1,639 children have been served in out-of-home care just this fiscal year so far. It is important for us as a community to recognize those individuals that work each day to help our children that are in foster care to succeed. I want to invite our community to join in the recognition and celebrate those who make a difference in the lives of the children in foster care. I want to recognize foster parents, relative caregivers, mentors, volunteers, social workers, teachers, and many, many more for all the hard work you put in each and every day. Thank you.
I'm not jumping through that again. I want to appeal to you that you have what it takes. We already have an entire organization that loves children. That's why we're all here. And if you can open up your hearts just a little bit more, I know we can help even more children. And from somebody who adopted our child, our middle son, he was 10 years old. It's been 16 years. And he's engaged to be married, and he's a graphic artist, and happy endings happen. So we would love to get a picture with the board. Okay, why don't we join us up front? Thank you.
So now we will welcome to the podium Ms. Lori Rich Levinson and Marcia Bino for a resolution in support of School Nurse Day.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Runcie and board members. We're here to celebrate our school nurses, celebration of School Nurses Day. I'm Sheila O'Neill Brown, Clinical Nursing Supervisor for Coordinated Student Health Services. School nurses, a vital asset to schools in Broward County Public Schools. The students of Broward County Public Schools are receiving numerous benefits due to the presence of school nurses throughout our school district. Some of these advantages include advocacy for students' physical, mental, and emotional well-being, care coordination for students, thereby decreasing gaps in the provision of adequate health care needs. They are the first responders. They save lives almost on a daily basis. Per the position of our National Association of School Nurses, school nurses recognize that positive behavioral health is essential for academic success. School nurses are critical to the school mental health team in that they can help address and reduce the stigma of a behavioral health diagnosis, decrease fragmentation of care, and remove barriers to behavioral health services. School nurses, because of their regular access to students and their experience with care coordination, are also uniquely equipped to assist school and community-based behavioral health professionals in providing services including prevention, assessment, early identification and intervention, and treatment of mental illness and substance use disorders. We have several nurses who are stellar representations of our Broward County Public School System, and I will introduce one of those nurses in a few moments. One of our ongoing challenges in our district is approximately 90% of our schools are currently staffed with agency staff. So we would benefit from the implementation of additional school-based nurses within our district. At this time, I will introduce our board member. Mrs. Lori Rich Levinson, with a reading of our School Nurse Day resolution.
Thank you. Whereas the school nurse is the face of nursing for over 50 million children in schools and will be recognized or were recognized on Wednesday, May 8th, 2019, and whereas it is highly likely that more people have interacted with the school nurse than any other nursing specialty, and whereas school nurses improve attendance through health promotion and disease management, and whereas improved attendance means the healthy student is in the classroom and ready to learn, and whereas school nurses enable better performance, which also contributes to reducing dropout rates, and whereas school nurses are instrumental in the identification and referral to community resources for health risks, and whereas school nurses are often the only health professional who will see students on a regular basis, now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby extends its support to the concept and the intent of School Nurse Day to be celebrated and urges all schools, departments, and centers within its jurisdiction to support this community-wide observance. School Board of Broward County, Florida.
And now we'll have Miss Louise Comery. She is a school nurse at Walker Elementary.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to acknowledge Superintendent Runcie, Madam Chair, and the school board officials. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank Coordinated Health Student Services, Mrs. Bynum, the director, Mrs. Antonia Lapari, Keyman, and Mrs. Sheila O'Neill Brown, and all the other staffs that work at Coordinated Health Student Services. I am very touched, honored, and humble to be recognized as a stellar school nurse of Broward County, and to represent all of the school board nurses. I'm not a show nurse. I like to go in, do my job, do the best that I can do, okay, and then go home. But still, when I get home, I'm still thinking about my students and their parents and how the children are being treated at home. So this is what I strive to do. My personal goal as a school nurse is to treat every student the way I would like to be treated, because that was instilled in me when I was a child, which are love, treat them with love, patience, kindness, understanding, and dignity. And that's what I do with all my students. I take the time with them. I see about, on an average, in my clinic, I see about an average of 43 students a day. The most I see is 51 students a day. Believe me, I do get help from the staff, but majority, I like to come in, do my job, because I just love it. It's not a job. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's not a job. It's passion. It's my passion. And I was always like this as a child, too. I always had dolls. I would try to fix them up with Band-Aids and comb their hair and just pretending that I was comforting that doll. But now I have a chance to comfort the children in the school, the students that come in. And I do anywhere from cleaning their nose to cleaning their shoes when they come in and they're sick, throwing up, calling their parents, calling the doctors, calling grandparents, whoever there is available for them. I call them. If they're sick with a fever, the parents have to be called. If the children are throwing up, the parents have to be called to come and pick that child up. So I just want to say I have many hats and many roles to play. And I just thank you for the opportunity to do that. I just want to end with, because I'm not going to stay too long, I just want to end with, I am extremely blessed to be part of such an awesome team of adults. And in closing, I want to read a quote that I was looking at the other day. It's by Jess Lear. It stated, "Children are not things to be molded, but are people to be unfolded." It brought tears to my eyes. So that's why I just want to come up and just let you know, school nurses are very vital in the school. And one more thing, I just want to thank my awesome principal, Mr. Philip Bullock. He's always there to support me. He always makes sure that I have everything in the clinic to take care of the children. Thank you for your time. I'm a community helper.
What an amazing representative for our nurses. We'd like to take a picture.
Ms. Levinson, and I just wanted to say, when visiting the school at Walker, I can tell you firsthand that Mr. Bullock speaks of you very highly, and he speaks of the importance of having a nurse in that school and the important role that you play in his school community. So I just wanted to take that moment to highlight what he says about you, since you took a second to pinpoint him as well.
Next, we have Ms. Murray for the Fabulous Charter Schools Week resolution. Take it away, Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good
Superintendent Runt. Oh, wait a minute, he's not there. Huh? Oh, okay. Well, he's in the building. Superintendent Runcie, staff, and community members. Today, I want to take this opportunity to celebrate our successful district charter schools by bringing forth a proclamation to recognize National Charter Schools Week. Here with me today is Tammy Lara, on behalf of the Florida Consortium of Public Charter Schools, and the Director of Charter Schools Management and Support, Dante Collins. Ladies, thank you for being here. The first public charter schools opened its doors in St. Paul, Minnesota 27 years ago, wanting to offer families additional high-quality education opportunities to promote accountability and innovation and to advance academic achievement. Parents do explore and choose charter schools as a valuable academic option. Charter schools provide educational options for families and empower teachers to explore innovative programs, alternative curriculum, and create appropriate education to ensure that they meet the students' individual needs. Today, we acknowledge the critical role charter schools play in Broward County by providing students with rigorous education that holds them to a high standards in our successful charter schools. At this time, I'd like to bring forward Tammy Lowry to help me read this proclamation. Tammy? Okay. Here we go. Whereas, for 23 years, Florida public charter schools have been improving student learning, expanding parental choices in education, and fostering innovative instructional practices across the state. And
whereas public charter schools continue to help raise student achievement, close the achievement gap for low-income and minority students, and fight for the equitable funding of all students within Florida's K-12 public education system. And
whereas families in Florida have chosen public charter schools to provide a quality education to approximately 313,000 children. And
whereas parental demand and support have stimulated the growth of quality public charter schools in Florida from just 5 in 1996 to more than 600 charter schools operating today in 46 of 67 Florida counties. And
whereas public charter school students, teachers, and parents work in a partnership to improve student achievement and help raise the standard for all public school students statewide. And
whereas public charter school administrators, teachers, parents, board members, and business and community leaders continue to work together to improve public education. And
whereas countless children stand to benefit from the quality public charter schools and the replication of those effective educational models. And
whereas parents, students, and teachers join the Florida Consortium of Public Charter Schools in celebrating the contributions of successful charter schools to public education.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, hereby recognize May 12th through the 18th, 2019 as National Charter School Week. Thank you. Now I also have, and I have a framed copy of the proclamation to bring back to the consortium. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot, Ms. Dante Collins. Would you like to say a couple of words?
Sure can.
Okay.
Good afternoon, respective board members, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and community members. My name is Dante Collins, and I am the newly appointed Director of the Charter School Management Support Department. The Charter School Management Support Department is proud to sponsor 88 charter schools in Broward County. 25 of the 88 have been designated by the Florida Department of Education as high-performing charter schools. It is my pleasure to collaborate with all stakeholders within the charter and district communities to ensure the success of all of our students. Thank you, Mrs. Murray, for bringing this proclamation forward to recognize the charter schools in Broward County. Thank you.
And just to wrap it up, you know, I think that people recognize that the Broward County Public School System has been a good partner with our charter schools, and that we, although we're sort of in competition, we work well, we support them, and we help them as they reach out and help us from time to time. So let's take a photo op to make sure that we can make this a landmark history annually, as we have in the past. So come on, ladies.
Next, we have, oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't see the chair.
That's okay. Oh, wait. This is not my list, but I'm going to use it for a second. And so the last presentation before a special presentation at 2:10 that hopefully our students will be here for is Hear Something, See Something, Say Something with Mrs. Alhadeff and Mr. Katz.
We're going to start off with a short video.
We want to learn in a safe environment. We want to come to school to discover something new. To create. To design. To make new friends. That's where you come in. If you see something on our school campus that seems strange or unsafe, please tell a trusted adult immediately. If you hear any rumors or threats, or see any inappropriate posts on social media, we need you to come forward. We need everyone to help keep our schools safe. Please think before you post. Please think before you speak. Think before you make wrong choices. Safety is something we should never play around with. Be respectful to everyone you meet. School is for learning. School is not a place for violence. School is for fun. We need everyone. You. We need you. Join the movement. Hear something. See something. Say something. Do not take chances. Do not be a bunch. Not be afraid to come forward. Do not wait. There are plenty of ways to report something unsafe. Tell your teachers. Tell your parents. Tell your principal. Tell a trusted adult.
Please say something.
We need everyone to work together. Hear something. See something. Say something.
Today we recognize the students and staff of Florinata Elementary School, led by Principal John Vetter, for their outstanding video highlighting the district's emphasis on see something, say something. The School Board of Broward County is committed to continuing to enhance the safety and security culture across our schools and facilities. We hope to leverage students more and more to help communicate to their peers the importance of school safety and inclusive environments to the overall learning process. Due to the lateness of the day, it was not possible for the staff and students to attend, but we want to acknowledge and celebrate their creativity and proactive approach to creating this video that so perfectly aligns with the direction the district wants to go in creating student champion safe and secure environments.
We anticipate that this is the first of many videos supporting safety, security, and emergency preparedness featuring Broward students and staff. We understand that many schools have taken creative steps to support safe and secure environments, and we look forward to featuring and celebrating them in the future. For students and parents wondering how to report something, as mentioned in the video, telling a trusted adult, teacher, or administrator are always options. In addition, every school's website contains a link on the main page to our Silent Hurts campaign page, which lists text, phone, mobile applications, and a web form option to report things of concern to the district 24/7. We have a number of options, including the Safer Watch app, the Fortified Florida app, and other avenues. We want students to use whichever option they feel more comfortable with, as long as we get the information that is important to us. In closing, we celebrate the students and staff of Florinata Elementary for creating such an excellent example of all the ways you can see something, say something. Thank you.
So this is that time of year when we are closing out this school year, and we as a school board get this unique opportunity to thank the student advisors to the board. So I just wanted to say, as the chair, it has been my honor and privilege to have you all sit at the table with us to offer your opinions, your insight, and certainly ask us to think about the student perspective in a way that only students can help us think. I want to say to you that I wish you all the best, and that's on behalf of the board. We all wish you all the best. And Bo and Omar, if I could give you a memento in appreciation. So we'll start with Omar. For your service to the students of Broward County during the 2018-2019 school year. On behalf of the school board and the superintendent, we want you to know that we appreciate your service. Thank you very much. And we wish you all the best. And to Bo Simon, thank you for your service this year, and we're looking forward to having you again next year. At this time, I would like to welcome Omar first to make some remarks, if you'd like, about your time here with the board.
So what I really just want to say is thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for BCC. Thank you for the school board for giving me this opportunity. It's been a wild ride, I could say. I've met so many people, so many interesting students, and see other perspectives that I haven't seen before. And I really want to thank everyone for the opportunity to just give me that chance. I'm going to take every lesson that I learned to and beyond to my career and my life. And so yeah, thank you.
And Bo?
He's not leaving. That's right, I'm not leaving yet. I just want to say thank you for an amazing year. This year has been filled with so many great things that we have done in terms of student activity and student achievement, especially getting to visit all of our schools and speak with all of our students. And I think one great thing we did this year is instead of me going to the schools and asking, what can we do better, I brought you guys to the schools and I brought you to come speak with our student governments. And that's one of the highlights of this year, and I want to continue that into next year. I just want to say thank you to an amazing board.
Thank you, Bo. And I apologize because I feel like we know them on a first name basis and we know what schools they're from, but I just want to say that we have Omar Rodriguez from MacArthur High School, where it's always a great day to be a Mustang, and Bo Simon from Cypress Bay High School, who are outgoing board student advisors. And now I would like to welcome back the 2019-2020 student advisor, Mr. Bo Simon from Cypress Bay High School, who will be completing a second term. And welcome the assistant student advisor, Ms. Ingrid Madding from West Broward High School. So it's always great to have the students with us, and I'd like to give Ingrid an opportunity about what she hopes to accomplish through her time as the advisor to the board.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to next year. One of my main goals for next year is definitely to bring more mental health awareness to our schools and work along the board and with Bo to get that accomplished. So thank you.
Yay! All right, and Bo's going to reserve the time, so we have time for board member comments. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just so thrilled. Welcome to Ingrid. And thank you very much, Omar, for your time here with us. And certainly, Bo, you have set the standard. Every year we think that, our student advisors are excellent and they provide such great value to us as a board because they provide input. But I have to say you did more than that. You not only attended the meetings and participated, but you also involved us within your school environments and with the students. And it was such a value to me personally to see that passion come through. You really care. You really, really care. And every time you commented, either at a workshop or at a school board meeting, it was evident that you really do care. And you empower your students. You bring their voice here. You don't just speak for yourself, but you bring their voice here to us. And as one board member, I just have to say I greatly, greatly appreciate it, and I thank you for your leadership. And wish the very best to Omar and Ingrid. Girls rule. I want to see Bobcat Power come forward. So thank you.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I want to thank Omar very much for your service. You were at a lot of our board meetings, and I know you took your role very seriously. And I wish you the best in college and in your future endeavors. And Ingrid, welcome to the board. We look forward to having you at our meetings and hearing your input. And Bo, we are thrilled to have you for another year. This is a first since I've been on the board. I don't know if it's a first ever to have to have a student advisor for a second year. And I think you will only build on what you've started. I truly value the district roundtables that you've created with student government in the various districts for us to be able to get the direct input from students. And I look forward to you continuing that, as well as enhancing student voice in our district. So we're happy to have you again, and enjoy your summer.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I'm very excited. Omar, thank you so much. Bo, we're going to have new people, sort of half of the team new next year, but I know that you're going to continue with your push to really involve the board into the schools to actually see the culture that's going on, see the great things that are happening. And the Coconut Creek City kids even surprised us by taking your initiative and kind of planning that aspect of it, but you empowered them to do that. And we as board members love those meetings. You really get to hear exactly about the programs that you're even voting upon and what the effects are with some of the policy changes. So I appreciate that and look forward to both your comments and ideas for next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to Omar and Bo for being such tremendous advocates, because that's really what you've been this whole year for us. And not only that, you're like brutally honest sometimes, and I love it. I love that you share your personal experiences. I love that you are like, no, this is not what's really going on in the schools. That honesty and that student perspective means the world to us as board members, because we don't always see it through your lens, but every decision we make is for you. So it's important to hear what you have to say about them. And Ingrid, right? I can't wait to work with you. I'm really excited you're here. And I'm really excited. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And we want to stop the stigma. And I'm glad that that's a passion of yours. And we're going to need you at the table to make those decisions. Omar, where'd you go? Good luck in college. Was a great experience to take with you. And I hope you get involved in student government at the college level, and I expect great things from you, and come back and see us. Thank you.
Ms. Good has another comment.
Just very quickly, I see that Ingrid has a #1 fan in the audience, in addition to myself, and it's principal for 2, and Ms. Donna, for coming here and supporting you. It's wonderful, so just wanted to highlight.
Mr. Runcie.
Omar, thank you for your time, your service, your contributions. Glad to hear that this was a great learning experience and opportunity for you, and hopefully it will help to impact your life as you go forward. And Ingrid, welcome aboard. Bo, we expect to continue to see great things from you. I absolutely enjoy hearing from you, especially on some of the most critical school board policies and programs that we have. Not many organizations actually put their ultimate customer on their governing board. We do here, and that's just part of our process, is trying to make better decisions. But most of all, what both of you bring as you attend meetings, it keeps us focused on what our purpose and mission is here, and that's to serve you and all the children in Broward County, to make sure we do the very best for all of you. So thank you for being part of this organization and your contributions to the governance process in Broward County.
Thank you. Again, thank you. Best of luck to you, Omar, as you travel on your journey. And welcome to Ingrid, and welcome back to Bo. And if we could take a photo as a memento, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Brinkworth? I just want to let you know it's Donna Cornyn. I'm on the line.
heard me mention them or something.
Okay, so that wraps up a lot of great presentations for today. I just want to take a moment of privilege and say thank you again to the Florinata Elementary School students and their principal and all who were part of putting that video together. It was amazing to see that they did that on their own initiative, and I'm hoping that other schools will join in the fun and present their own videos. Mr. Runcie?
And I just would echo the same thing. Congrats to the students of Florinata. It's really encouraging to see our students kind of set the bar and be role models for each other in terms of taking safety so important and finding great ways to communicate and message some of the best principles for keeping our schools safe. So I challenge other schools to do the same. I think it's a great video. We ought to show it on Beacon every now and then. So let's definitely do that.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else I need in this script. All right, so Mr. Moquin, if you could help reorient me, I believe CC1 is the next item.
CC1.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item CC1, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
It's Ms. Korn on the line.
Thank you. Ms. Korn is on the line. Audience input on item CC1? Seeing none. Do I have any input from my colleagues? Actually, I should have, well, I'll do that next. Any input from my colleagues on CC1?
No.
All in favor of CC1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed say no. Let the record reflect that Ms. Korn voted in favor of the item. May I have a motion and a second on items CC2, 3, 4, and 5?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. I'm sorry.
I need 5.
I got it.
Yeah.
We can, is that the only one you need?
6, but you did say 6. You said 6 and 7. She only said 1.
I just called 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we can amend the motion to just 2, 3, 4. Is that okay with you, Ms. Bartleman?
That's perfect, thank you.
Is that okay with you, Mrs. Alhadeff, Mrs. Good?
I guess so.
Okay. So for items CC2, 3, and 4, any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, any discussion from my colleagues on items CC2, 3, and 4? No. Seeing none, all those in favor of items CC2, 3, and 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ms. Korn?
Aye.
Thank you. Items CC2, 3, and 4 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC5? Moved by Ms. Good,
Second.
second by Ms. Rupert.
Do it together. You can do it together.
Okay.
You can do it together.
Is that okay with you, Ms. Good?
Yes,
Do 5, 6, and 7? Ms. Rupert?
Yeah.
You were the
yeah.
second?
No. Yeah.
Yes?
If I could just suggest that we take them together, you can always separate if you need to,
That's fine.
because they're all on the same topic.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So Ms. Good has made the motion for CC 5, 6, and 7. Ms. Rupert was the second. Audience input on items CC 5, 6, and 7. Seeing none, board member comment. I have Ms. Bartleman.
No, I don't have a comment.
Pardon me?
I don't have a comment.
Okay.
We already discussed it
All
a
right.
couple times already.
Item CC 7, I have Ms. Rupert has a comment.
Yes, actually, I think mine is on the CC 6 and 7.
Okay.
What I was looking at, give me a second here, it's on the back. Under the minimum qualifications on page 2, the back, my little scrawly handwriting here, sorry.
6 and 7.
Oh, okay. The bullet points, the demonstrated experience in was taken out. Hold on. It'd be 5. Second. Give me a minute, sorry.
You had pulled it on 7.
I said 6 and 7, but.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just trying to make it through here and say the right thing. Okay, my note says the manager, media, and community relations, so that's 7?
Yes,
Is that 7? Thank you. Minimum need to add back the bullets with demonstrated knowledge.
So you're on 7 now.
7, yes. Sorry.
Switching.
Yes. My big handwriting went over both,
What page
sorry.
now, Ms. Rupert? 7? 2?
Yep, 1 second. It is on the back, same page. Actually, it's 6 and 7 for me. It's the same comment. Is that the demonstrated knowledge in the mass communications and large-scale public relations campaigns were taken out of the minimum requirement. So those bullets were removed on 6 and 7. And I really needed to understand the rationale why. For those, it was very important for me.
Where, can you just point through the chair?
Yes, Ms. Good would like for you to please
What page is that?
tell us what page it is.
The back page, page 2,
Okay.
on both 6 and 7, Ms. Good, and under minimum qualifications.
Minimum, okay.
Demonstrated success, working relationships with the media, demonstrated current information technology, demonstrated current principles, practices, mass
Oh,
communications.
there are 3 bullets?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought it was 1 bullet.
Okay. And the 1, 2, 3, 5, demonstrated ability to build and maintain relationships with internal, external stakeholders. So unless they were pushed up into the, well, no, because this was the minimum. I just needed a rationale for that.
Rose Hall, Director of Compensation. I am trying to remember why this was struck. It should not have been. So this, I will qualify as a Scribner's error. It should not, these are new job descriptions, they should not even be presented with strike-through. So I don't have a reason for having this striking through. So if you agree with leaving this language as is.
Hi, Kathy Koch, Chief Public Information Officer. Yes, it would be correct to have knowledge of current principles and practices utilized in mass communication and large-scale public relations campaign. This particular, it would be appropriate to have that bullet there.
Especially since these are final readings.
Yeah.
Final readings. It struck me, and as somebody who has a mass communications degree, when I saw that they were, blocked out, and, as you know, I struggled with these 3 positions, and then wanted to support as best I can, and for me, the board works on job descriptions, and that is where we have say, and I can't approve them like this.
We'd be happy to make the amendments, make the adjustments.
Yeah.
So can I just ask a question for clarification? Because Ms. Hall said that because these were new job descriptions, that they shouldn't have any strike-throughs, but there are many strike-throughs, so I guess I think it's going to need a little bit of an explanation for us to understand, given that comment.
Can you give me a chance to go and find out what happened here?
So I think if we could table this until later in the meeting.
I'll
and then
move
we
to
can.
table.
Ms. Good has moved to table. It has been seconded by Ms. Rupert. These are items 5, 6, and 7, right? CC 5, 6, and 7. That's before us right now. All in favor of, audience input on tabling? All in favor of tabling CC 5, 6, and 7 until later in the meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All right, items CC 5, 6, and 7 have been tabled till later in the meeting. You're welcome.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second on item CC 12?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Levinson. Audience input on item CC 12? Seeing none. Board member?
Wait.
I thought CC 12 was withdrawn.
No.
No, it wasn't. 13 and 11.
Oh.
Okay. I'm okay for CC. Yeah.
Good afternoon, board, school board members, and the chair, and most importantly, the superintendent of schools. My name is Richard Majan, and I represent the Special Investigative Unit. I want to express my thoughts. Once again, I appreciate the conversation that we had with the Chief of Staff, Brian Katz, recently, and I'm very satisfied. And I just want to share something with the board. The items presented before you, without reservations, I fully support. I believe you see something, you say something. I see that vision that is now being presented to the school board for the betterment of the schools and the students we serve. And I'm gonna miss my staff, and I wanted to thank them personally here. To the men and women of SIU and the support staff, I thank you for your support over the years. But I will continue to perform. And I will be your voice. And that's all I wanted to say. I didn't mean to be like this. I was a little sentimental, but I love what I do. But I fully support the vision of ERMS, the Enterprise Risk Management, and I will make sure and I will give every effort to continue that vision and move forward this organization, because we are strong and we know we can survive any obstacle before us. And I will be the first to say, and I ask all my men and women in uniform in SIU, support this vision. We're going in the right direction. I will miss you, but I'll be there for you. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Let me just see if there's any additional audience input first. Okay. Ms. Rupert?
Which staff member am I addressing? Jeff or Mr. Moga? Mr. Katz. Thank you. When Richie came to the workshop and we, as a board, asked what was going to be happening, blah, 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 and then when it came out again, I was like, are we sure? Did we take care of this? Did we meet with him? Is he still going to be working for us? I'm very confused, and maybe an explanation as to why is he going to miss all his people? Is that?
Brian Katz, Chief Safety, Security, Emergency Preparedness Officer. As we talked about in workshop, Mr. Majan's position now will support the entire Safety, Security, Emergency Preparedness Division, not just the Special Investigations Unit as his current role does. So that's what he means, is sort of being embedded as part of SIU instead of being part of the larger Safety, Security organization. But still will have this, same interactions and still will have the same engagement with the organization, but his role still exists.
Okay.
And I think he was here showing support for the conversation that he'd had with
Yes,
Mr. Moquin and
yes,
I about what it was looking for.
Yes.
And I understand that
And I wanted
it
to
was
give you
hard
the
for him as well.
opportunity to say what you told me privately.
Sure.
Is that it's, so that just kind of threw me. And I'm sorry?
No, the phone.
Oh, okay. And then I have a question, I guess, for Ms. Myrick. Since we withdrew II1, which is the organizational chart, we're still going forward with the job descriptions, because usually you get the org and the descriptions. But, because I'm confused, so will this?
The superintendent asked for all of them to be withdrawn, and somebody asked for 12 to be back on the agenda. And so, and so I think that I don't
Okay,
think
we can't all talk at the same time, please.
I don't think there's any problem with you approving a job description. If for some reason you don't approve the job, then the job description won't be used.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Levinson?
I just wanted to comment on that. I had asked that it be added back because Mr. Katz is a department of one now, and he needs to hire people for us to have things in place the way we would like by the start of the school year. So that's why I requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item CC 12? Seeing none, all those in favor of item CC 12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Let the record reflect that Ms. Korn voted and the item passes unanimously. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I'm so sorry. When I said a department of one, I meant the new department, the SIU. Obviously, we have a lot of people working in that area, but I meant in the new job description area. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 2, 7, and 8?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Bartleman. Audience input on items EE 2, 7, and 8? Seeing none, colleague comment on item EE 2, 7, and 8? All those in favor of items EE 2, 7, and 8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 2, 7, and 8 pass unanimously with Ms. Korn on the line. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 1?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE 1? Seeing none, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I'm just going to bring this up again because I haven't gotten any responses in writing yet. Again, Orange County is changing their start times so that high schools could be later, and it's not. They've done their studies, and we've been asking that for years, many board members, for us to look at changing the start times. And actually, there's a movement across the country to do that, to recognize the teenagers' biological clocks. And I think it was as simple for them as switching high school and elementary. And we also are cognizant of the fact that in some areas of the county, starting late for middle school is a problem. And then we talked about piloting something at the middle school level in Ms. Good's district, because that's where we're losing students. But I never get a response in writing. And another year's coming upon us, and I'm approving the start times for next year with no discussion about the possibility of ever looking into or researching, because we've always said that it's a cost problem. There's an issue with how much it's going to cost. And based on talking to people, there are ways to do this to minimize the cost, and we need to look into that. At least have a discussion, or even I would like a follow-up in writing. I asked for a follow-up in writing from Orange County, and I have not received that. So if maybe you're working on it, but usually you guys have a better turnaround time. Yeah. So if you can just get that to me, I'd appreciate it. And I think it's really important that we have this discussion. We're talking about, it's Mental Health Awareness Month and what's good for teenagers and all the stress they're under. And this is actually a healthy thing for them. So I'd appreciate that.
So through the chair, we would be more than happy to give you a formal response on that. I will also tell you that we do have Mrs. Good's request for the middle school follow-up. It's been delayed due to the transition at the routing manager level and at the ED level, but it's on our radar. We're close to being done, so we will provide that to you. And that was specifically for middle schools. We have not done a formal assessment for the high school piece. We'd be more than willing to go back and take a look at that.
Can I just say that I brought this up at a workshop and even gave you the name of the county?
Yeah.
And so I don't know why it wouldn't have gotten looked at before. I think Mr. Runcie even suggested we look at it. I can go back and look at the tape.
High school times.
And how?
Yeah, so the school times, yes, I know we've discussed it a number of times, even when Ms. Snell was here, and I remember reviewing some preliminary analysis on this and the cost, so it's not as if we've never looked at it. We have. We'll go and revisit it, as Mr. Woods had indicated, take another look at what some other districts have been doing recently in this area. But I mean, if we could and we had sufficient money, I would do it in a heartbeat. But there are logistical and significant financial challenges associated with it, and we'll identify what options may be possible and bring that to the board as we continue to face some significantly strained financial situations, which is, why we went out for a referendum, just so we could even give teachers a modest type of raise, so.
And that's what you said at the workshop, and I was expecting the follow-up, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is because for the first time, this is a county in Florida who faces the same financial hardships as we do, and I wanted to see what their model was and if it could be used here. It takes a phone call. I can do it myself, but I was hoping staff could do it.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes, Ms. Korn?
if I could ask a question when it's available.
I'll put you on the list, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the conclusion of your comments, Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Woods touched upon it briefly. I just think it's important that we have a comprehensive conversation, and we always understand that there are implications financially on making any changes, but I think it's still a conversation that we need to have with all the facts, and then, discuss how it impacts our district at all levels. So as soon as we can get that and shared with the board and maybe have a conversation at the board workshop level, it would be helpful. So I appreciate it.
Well,
Thank you.
and thank you for your patience. It is almost done. And what I will like to say is we have done analysis like this in the past, and I think it's very important. What we try to do is we try to collaborate with the cadre and with some of the principals at the school, because it is a community. It does affect the community as a whole, so I think those conversations are warranted as we continue to look for options to do something like this.
And just very quickly, Madam Chair, I know that when we had discussions recently regarding enrollment issues in the district, and they did survey with parents, and I believe that for whatever reason, time was not one of the priority ones, but when I have conversations with parents within the middle school levels, it's just something they always highlight. So maybe there are parents that have that concern and are still hanging strong at our schools and not leaving us, but maybe thinking about it because of the timing issue. And then there are others that probably have chosen to go elsewhere. But I do know that it's an issue at the middle school level with many parents. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I actually would like to echo the request and twofold. One, I'd like to make sure that, as Ms. Bartleman also identified, for it to include a search information on the high school level. And then secondly, from a timeliness basis, I know we're voting on this now, and this will take time for this to go through the process. There is more than just a financial impact, but I'd like us to be exploring this in a timely way so that it can be vetted through DAC, through the calendar committee and so forth, so that the next time that we're looking at this, we have a handle as to whether or not this is something we're looking to pursue at the high school level, at the middle school level, across the district. And we have a year to be able to accomplish that, and I do know it's been brought up in the past. So I'd like us, I guess, to make sure that as you're looking at all the different processes that are going to have to happen for us to look at it comprehensively, that we try to get this done before this comes back to us a year from now.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I too support looking at this and value the looping process, but before we do that, I'd like to know what the budget effects will be, because before we loop something that may not be possible to do financially, we have to have a discussion as a board first with all the financial factors.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Murray?
Yeah, just a little input on that. The history of, with me in transportation, we started off in the late 70s with 3 magnet high schools. It had a drastic impact to the cost of transportation. And at the time, I guess we had more money, and we had to buy additional buses, train drivers, increase our services, and it had a tremendous impact. But as time has gone on, we've continued to add programs. And I think that when we talk about the open and closing times, it would be very simple if we went back and just eliminated all that and go to a 3-tier system, which transportation worked on back in the 60s and early 70s, which was elementary. That was high, me see, high, elementary, and middle school was the way that the routes ran, but what's complicated is all the things that we offered, and this is not a new conversation. Prior to most of you being on the board, we've discussed this before, and it would definitely have an impact to what we're offering to our students, and no one was willing to give anything up, because everything that we do in the system enriches students' opportunity. So, you know, as we direct Mr. Woods to go ahead and take a look at this, I just want you to realize, and maybe he'll come back with a scenario and tell us exactly how this all works, but to change the times, it's a very complicated situation. And like I said, there'll have to be a lot of give and take to be able to accomplish that, and I don't want to put false hope out there to say that because one county does it, I don't know exactly what programs they have there, but I'm well aware of what we do here with our students and opportunities, which, you know, encompass transportation. So and I understand that the trend is, as far as high school starting later, that's been a conversation for over 20 years here. So again, it's a very complicated situation to roll back the clock, I guess is the easiest way to say it. But again, you know, we have, as we dictate to staff to come up with innovative ideas, maybe a little more history on how we got to where we are today with our starting times throughout the county. So, Mr. Woods, I'm just sort of speaking up for transportation here.
That's a good takeaway.
Yeah, because it is a very complex and complicated system. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Mrs. Aladev?
I concur with Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. And I know that I've asked before to have this looked at. It's something, obviously, the research shows that we should be considering it. And so I agree with Ms. Levinson, though we should not loop anything until after we've been able as a board to have a conversation about the dollars, because we don't want to loop something that would not even be something that we would consider. So, but I do think that we need to take a very outside-the-box approach. I know because we've been doing something for a very long time doesn't mean it is the thing that we should continue to do. And we're a large organization that is very slow and resistant to change. But I think that it would behoove us to really look at it and possibly ask some people that don't necessarily work within our structure to think about it with us, because they might have some ideas that we might not see for ourselves, because we are so used to thinking about it a certain way. And I just have one more comment with regard to what it says underneath the summary, explanation, and background. So the last sentence says, the opening and closing school times may need to be revised once the lowest 300 performing elementary schools are received from the state. Is that something that we're going to be continuing to do next year?
Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So, Ms. Brinkworth, the lowest 300 is still a state designation. The question is, what will the bell times look like? So that's why the asterisk is there, because as a part of the board workshop on May 28th, the board will be presented with different options, and then that will give us greater flexibility on what we are to do in finalizing the opening and closing of school times once the state does publish the list.
Okay, yes, I was aware that the state was still publishing the list, but I was also aware that the statute changed a few years back, that we don't have to do an extra hour of school, we have options, and so I'm glad we're going to be having that
Yes,
conversation
ma'am.
as a board. Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I truly appreciate all of the board's comments, and I concur, you don't do anything until you find out if you can afford it, and I really appreciate your comments, Ms. Brinkworth, because there are states across the nation that have been able to do this. And I think it is not thinking, like we always say, every time we've done this, we've only done one model of how to do it. And you're right, there are multiple models that exist out in the nation that we should look at. So I appreciate us looking into this, and I look forward to a response. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE1? All those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion, a second on item EE3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert. Second by Mrs. Aladev. Audience input on item EE3. Seeing none, I have Ms. Ms. Bartleman.
Hold on. I gotta pull it up.
This is
Okay,
the-
so this had to do with audits, and I was, additional spending authority for construction operational audits. I had a question for you, though, in addition to this. All of our audits used to be on a website and open to the public all the way back. So I went to go look at our audits for this item, and you've taken them all down. So at any time, the public could have access to any audit at any point in time. Mr. Riley had them all there. Why would you take public audits down from the website?
Joris Jabelin, Chief Auditor. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. The audits are on the website. I believe it's www.browardschools.com/audit. There's a directory for audit committee.
I couldn't find it, so hold on, I'm gonna go on there through the portal. Okay,
And,
because I looked for the audits and they used to be in one spot. Did you move them? What?
Around the time that I started last June, the website was redesigned, so a lot of things have moved. When we announce the meetings, we do post the site and the link. And so they do go back for a number of years, maybe 8 or 10 years and so forth on that end. So all of the items, all the audits, all the matters from the meetings are all in the site.
Okay, I'm going now because I looked for them in the spot. I always look for them to look at your request.
Sure, but,
And where would you say they are?
There's a link for audit committee. All the items from the previous meeting should be there.
Okay, so I guess what I would suggest for public as well, because is for you to put maybe a link to past audits as opposed to having them go through. It wasn't set up this way. It was set up where you post audits, past audits, and then every link to every audit, as opposed to having them hidden where you're not hiding them on purpose, but you have them hid within minutes that people then have to go through, and that makes it a little difficult. So if you could find a way to make that easier, we want to be transparent with the public. And it was set up, and you're not hiding anything clearly. It's just, again, with the website, people can't find stuff.
Yes, thank you, Ms.
And I
Bartleman.
couldn't find it, and I was always able to find them.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. We can always make that better, and we will seek to do that and make it much easier for people to be able to locate the audits.
Yeah, you have a side link there instead of audit committee minutes. How about past audits and then a link?
That sounds
That
reasonable.
makes it real easy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
And then now I can't ask my question because I couldn't find the past audits, but it's okay. I'm going to approve the item, and I'll ask you later.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. I did hear Ms. Rupert say aye as she was standing there coming up the stairs. Item EE3 passes unanimously. May I have Ms. Levinson, may I ask you, can EE4, 5, and 6 come together, or do you need them separate?
Oh, 6 is a different topic if you want to take 4 and 5.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second on items EE4 and 5? Moved by Ms. Good.
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE4 and 5. Seeing none, Ms. Levinson?
Yes. My questions on these were, we didn't receive the costs from last year. Usually I ask to see how those costs compare, especially when there's only one university that does it. For EE4, how were our costs compared to last year?
Mary Coker, Director, Procurement and Warehousing Services. Normally, the items have a financial analysis worksheet with the previous cost. Considering that these last year were FF items, that's why we didn't have the cost initially. I understand because I did some research in preparation for this possible question. I have the information from the cost of the contracts from the previous year. I believe one of them was, the current one for EE4 was for $215,000.
215?
Yes.
So it's
And-
gone up almost 35, almost 15%.
Yeah, they both went up, and that was a question that I was in the interim trying to obtain as, at the dais. So I'm not sure if there's an explanation.
Commissioner Grant, Director of Innovative Programs. We're really working really hard with the schools to make sure that the principals are taking their teachers through the certification process and working very deliberate in that aspect. So we do anticipate that more teachers could potentially be trained this year.
Okay, well, could we get those numbers? I want to know what the unit cost is this year compared to last year. When you pay for a college credit, there's a unit cost.
Oh, per credit?
Per credit,
Oh,
that
oh,
would be
I-
how you can compare how much it went up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have this year's. This year's is actually $498. And for Barry, I do not believe it increased actually per unit credit.
So the previous year for the certification for teachers, this year they're asking for 60,600, and last year was 58,400.
Okay, so you're on EE5 right now?
You're on the next one. You're on Summit.
Are you on
We're still
EE5 or EE4?
Did they give you a per unit or credit cost increase?
No, I was only able to get her the contract.
Okay. Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Ms. Levinson, we will get back to you if there was an increase in the per credit cost. We don't believe that there was, but we will double check and make sure. The reason for the increase is we believe that the number of teachers that are going to be trained needs to increase this next year, and we will send you a table of which teachers those are.
Okay, and I'm expecting that it did not go up because I know with Florida prepaid, the amounts that they pay every year for colleges, that has not gone up, the credit amount per credit. So I'm expecting that ours has not gone up as well for what we're paying.
Correct, and I believe that is true. That is the same in terms of per credit. But, you know, as I mentioned, we are doing some deliberate work around making sure that we are working to support schools to ensure that their teachers go through the training. So that was justification for the slight increase, not necessarily because of the cost of the credits.
Okay, so if you could send that to me, and I'd also like to know the retention. I'd like to know, we're spending a lot of money each year, over $300,000 to train these teachers. And I know I brought this up other times in the past about investing this money, and are they staying with us? Are we training new teachers? If we could get an analysis of that as well.
Sure, we can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I had the same questions, and I remember that there was board direction that if it was possible to stipulate that in the teachers, I don't know if they could put it in their contract or actually get we're paying for X amount. We really would love for you to stay and share your knowledge that we're helping you with for 2-3 years. So I know that we said that. Yes. I don't know if it was allowed to happen or if it was against bargaining.
So thank you for that question, Ms. Rupert. Yes, we actually were able to negotiate an MOU where teachers that are in IB as well as Montessori, they do have to stay 3 years within their contract working at a Montessori school, or they have to pay back the credits for the year that they left.
Okay, thank you. That was my memory.
Okay.
So if we could get follow-up on that, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson, for bringing that up.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of items EE 4 and 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 4 and 5 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 6?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on item EE 6. I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay, this, I was really trying to figure out the additional requested amount of $6 million. That's quite a large amount when you look at the total amount of the contract, that there's an additional requested amount of that much. And I know it went with another item that was canceled, or that we didn't accept the bids.
So I'll start off, and then I'll defer to the team if additional information is needed. So it's my understanding that based on the historical spending of approximately $500,000 a year, we just projected that over the next 12 months for the one-year contract, with the forecasted spend being the $6.1 million, or $6 million and $6,093,540.
Okay, I'm sorry, I see that page in here now. When I was glancing through it, I didn't see it originally, so thank you for that information. And so the new bid talked about entirety, about getting something in its entirety. When you had asked for bids on the other item, I wanted to try to understand what this new bid is going to have that was not in the one that we had to, that was item whatever earlier today. I don't remember what number it was.
Hi, Mary Mulder, Food Nutrition Services Director. So the bid was not completed correctly by the vendors. So in order to have the bid move forward, we need the bid to be completed and in the entirety of what we're asking for. So because that did not happen, it was rejected.
But going forward, is it for one vendor to supply everything in its entirety?
Yes, for
all
produce. You are correct. Produce, yes.
And that brings us the best return that way?
Correct, because we're buying in such quantity. Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, Ms. Korn.
Can you put me on the list?
You're next.
Oh, thank you. Just for point of clarification, in this case, because we are exercising the last of the renewals, unless I missed it, we actually aren't approving to exercise that renewal, but rather it's being brought forward to us through increasing the spend authority, allowing us to have the money available to do the renewal. Is that correct?
Correct, we're doing both at the same time. There was the renewal letter was included in the packet.
Yeah. So, and I guess it feels, and I think we've been doing that recently, but I don't think historically that's what we've done. I thought historically we did a spend authority separate from when we actually did the contract renewal. Have we always done it this way in terms of when you're bringing forward, and I don't mean just in this area, I mean in general when we're extending contracts, that we're doing them at the same time as increasing the spend authority?
Ms. Korn, I can answer that. Yes, it depends. The majority of times, we either have one or the other, but we have done in the past where we've had to renew and at the same time ask for additional requests for spend authority. So this is that case.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I clarified in terms of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE9? I'm sorry, EE6. All those in favor of item EE6 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Item EE6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE9, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on item EE9. I have Ms. Rupert, please.
Yes, I wanted to support the item for Pompano Beach High School and note the fact that the money is coming from their school funding. So looking forward to hearing more about this as it goes hopefully forward.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Just wanted to make similar comments as I made at the last meeting. I haven't had anyone reach out to me to explain any better what this is. I had asked for a district discussion on it, and I will not be supporting it. I love Pompano Beach High, but again, I don't want to start a program that can become a district-wide program without fully understanding it.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Hi, Guy Bermoja, Director of Secondary Learning. So at the last meeting, it was asked that we see if any other schools want to do a pilot of this program besides just Pompano Beach High School. We put out an email to all principals through OSPA asking if any principals wanted a pilot of this, and the answers came back no. There was no other principals who wanted to pilot the program except for Pompano Beach High School this time. My staff has reviewed the professional development agendas for all the 4 days, as well as the crosswalk for the math standards to the College Board standards, and we recommend and we approve of the courses being taught and of the professional development. We think they're valuable, and the PD is not better or worse than ours. It's just PD that we can't deliver because we don't have the content to deliver that same PD. And so this is the PD that Mr. Thomas is buying for his staff.
Any additional questions or comments, Ms. Levinson?
I still stand on that after this is done and it is successful at Pompano Beach, which it will be because everything is successful at Pompano Beach, that other schools will then want to do it, and it becomes a financial burden on the district without really knowing what we're doing. So obviously everyone can vote their own way. I just can't support something. And I also want money to go into professional development as a district. And I want us to make significant investment in professional development as a district, and not looking for individual schools to go off and start doing their own things. Thank you.
Ms. Good?
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes?
could you put me on the list?
I will, yes, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Corn. Ms. Good said she'll wait till you're done.
Okay, along the lines of what Levinson is sharing, and I do believe that this is kind of one of those domino effects as soon as we have it done here, and I agree in the conversation we had previously that this is not necessarily how we would we were going to. I would ask through Mr. Runcie that before staff brings this back to us or for this to be allowed to be expanded to other schools, that it only be looked at in a pilot initially, and this not be considered that pilot.
Did you hear that, Mr. Runcie?
So,
Dr. Wanza, did you hear what she said?
Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Yes, I have heard Ms. Korn's remarks, and we will certainly take that into advisement and under consideration if other schools wish to come forward.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Korn?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, nothing to take away from Pompano Beach and your success. And I concur with Ms. Levinson's comment and the fact that this particular school, probably whatever you do there is going to be successful. So it may have not been the best choice for what we're trying to do here. So again, I need to get a sense from staff, again, how do you respond to that point? That why here?
So this particular
And I'd like you two to, because obviously I know why you're.
No, but this particular request, this is a school-based decision, and we encourage site-based autonomy, management, and leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is something that a principal and his team is looking to do to expand options across their entire student body. And what I will say is, I certainly respect the board's concern. While the cost impact today is it's small at $6,500 or 64. I'm sorry if I got the number wrong, but it is something that the principal and the school team designed within their school budget.
Okay.
Right? So we would have to set up some conditions and some parameters where we would not be coming to the board asking for additional dollars, additional spend authority. Certainly looking to, if two schools from different ends of the county wanted to pilot it, what would it look like? But we would set up conditions very similar to this, in that the principal didn't come to us asking the board to fund this. This is something that they have designed to further enhance and support the academic programs of the school of
And it'll
Pompano
be
Beach
funded
High
through
School.
their budget at
Yes.
the school level.
Yes.
So I understand. And do you see the opportunity for other schools to be able to afford that same opportunity?
So what I will say is, if other schools wanted to do it now, they could, because the invitation was, but with the caveat, it is what do principals prioritize in their budget. So if we need to sit with them and provide technical support in that arena, we will certainly do that. Myself, the 2 high school cadre directors, but the principal worked through his budget to design this opportunity to expand his academic program.
And I guess, you know, Pompano Beach does well with enrollment. Many students, you know, obviously it's a school that's doing well. And then we have other schools in the county that are struggling enrollment-wise. So they may not have the available funding to do some of these things. So I'm just thinking out loud with you all that some schools may be a little, maybe more difficult for them to participate, even though they may want to, because of the fact that their numbers maybe doesn't allow them to participate in something like this because it doesn't attribute to dollars in their schools, you know.
But we would certainly sit, if principals, you know, raise that as a concern, that this is something that I want to do,
Sure.
but I, you know, may have concerns with funding it, then we can certainly look at the funding streams
Okay.
that come in to help them, you know, because they, go ahead, I know you shouldn't say something.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
fine, but it sort of does contribute to dollars, because schools do get a bonus for every student who passes an AP test. And Mr. Thomas is actually using that same exact money that he's getting from College Board to fund this program. So the better, in what Mr. Thomas's idea is, the better he funds his pre-AP program and makes his pre-AP program better, the more students will take AP courses, the more students will pass
Yeah,
AP courses.
It's a chicken and an egg, and all I'm
Exactly.
saying is that there may be schools out there that wish to participate, but because of whatever struggles they may have as far as enrollment is concerned, they may be financially strapped to participate. So I would just say, keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
And moving forward, you know, I get to what Ms. Levinson was saying, but I appreciate you wanting this for your school, and I can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Mrs. Alada?
Yes, can you tell me how many number of students are participating in AP Algebra 1 and AP English 1 in 9th grade?
Hudson Thomas, principal of Pompano Beach High School. So all of our students will be taking pre-AP in Algebra 1 in 9th grade. So the number, I'm not sure how many incoming 9th graders, but all of them will be participating in it.
Okay, but then how many are taking the next level for the AP? So it's pre-AP, then AP?
So you go from algebra to geometry. You don't really get into an AP class until you get into calculus. So that's the first class would be calculus AB at our school for a math class. So that's still down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
What happens to the students who are in Algebra 1 in 8th grade?
So the plan would be in 10th grade to take pre-AP geometry. In 10th grade.
What are they taking in 9th grade?
Could you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
For those who take Algebra 1 in 8th grade,
Okay, so students that take Algebra 1 in 8th grade would go into geometry.
so then
and
all students are not taking pre-AP
So it's a
Algebra 1 in 9th
progression.
grade.
So we're starting this year with Algebra 1, and then the following year we would go into geometry, pre-AP geometry.
Okay, so it's not all 9th graders. You have 9th graders that take geometry that will not be in Algebra 1.
That's correct, only because pre-AP designed this with understanding that all 9th graders take Algebra 1. Our school, however, we have, some of the kids who come in with Algebra 1 already who are in geometry. The question was, how many would be taking pre-algebra, pre-AP algebra in 9th grade? So that would be all our pre-algebra 1 students.
So the College Board has designed it for all 9th graders to take?
So the course they have designed is Algebra 1. They don't have geometry. The way they have it, they have geometry for the second year. You could say the second cohort. So next year, all of our 9th graders would be taking a pre-AP class, one in algebra, pre-AP algebra, and pre-AP geometry. They do not have it available this year.
Okay, so you will no longer have honors. You'll just have pre-AP.
That is correct.
Okay, that's precisely the problem that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. So for me, this is really difficult, right? Because we want to have principal autonomy and be able to have them bring programs and initiatives into their schools that they think are appropriate for their student population. But we also don't want to, as a board, create or set precedents for what will happen. And we've seen it happen before, as Ms. Levinson has pointed out, where something happens at one school and then it becomes something that's a pilot program at other schools, and then it becomes the norm for the district across all schools. So I think that the difficulty is, and I have a question, because in the backup it says the estimated number of participating students for the pre-AP grade 9 Algebra 1 is 50?
That's right. So most of our students that come in to take geometry, we do have 2 classes of pre-algebra, of Algebra 1, and those students would be participating in pre-AP algebra.
Okay, and then you mentioned pre-AP geometry, and so that is not something that we're approving today, but that's something that you're looking to add for next year.
Correct. So the way the College Board has it as it stands right now, the course that's being offered, pre-algebra English 1, pre-AP English 1 for our school, but they do have other courses in social studies and in science.
Right, and so in the pre-AP program agreement on page 1, it lists what the pre-AP courses are that they offer. And so what you're saying is for your school for this year, you're looking to have pre-AP Algebra 1 and pre-AP English 1.
Yes.
But in the future, that you would be considering adding additional pre-AP courses.
Yes.
So it's very difficult, right? And so I do know that one of the things that the calculus teachers are saying to the students, especially those that have had algebra in middle school, is that their algebra skills are lacking. And so if you only have 50 students that are coming through your freshman class that you anticipate that are going to be part of this pre-AP grade 9 Algebra 1, I guess the question for me then is, and this is more to the district-wide PD and something that Ms. Levinson is asking about, is how are we going to impact district-wide PD so that our students have that algebra base outside of an agreement like this? And so I guess what's difficult is that we have to be able to make this impact across the district, and we have to be able to do it without paying an outside entity to do it for us. And so that's where the struggle is for me. It's not that I don't want you as a principal to have the things that you want to have in your school and available for the students because you think they're important to your program, but I have to look at it on a larger scale for our system and say, what is it that we're doing for our students to impact them broadly so that all students are benefiting and being able to meet the level of rigor needed if they choose to go on to those classes like AP Calculus.
Guy, you want to?
Yeah, I got it.
So, because I mean, what I would say is that we can't have one size fits all. There are definitely different approaches. I've been in some schools. I know last week I was talking to folks at Coconut Creek about the use of Algebra Nation and how that's actually working in a number of schools, and we're getting some impact out of it. I wouldn't recommend this program for the students that are in that particular program. So I think it would be a mistake for us to think that we could replicate this across all schools in Broward County. I don't think that would be an effective use of our funds and resources.
And I don't want you to think that I was saying that we
No,
should
I
replicate this, but what I'm saying is we need to have an amplified PD, as Ms. Levinson has said. We need to do that for everything, but specifically in our math category. So this is what I will say about this item today. I concur with Ms. Korn. I will support this item today, given the fact that it is in support of autonomy for a principal at a school to decide what comes to his school. And it's my understanding that, this is a contract that requires signature. And so therefore, it requires coming before this board. And so if it did not require that, then you would be able to implement that you wanted to implement in your school, as long as it didn't require a contract that required a signature for the board. So I will support the item today, but I concur with Ms. Korn's comments with regard to this could not be considered a pilot, and before we have any consideration of it being expanded, we need to have a larger conversation about it. Additional comments from my colleagues? Okay, all those in favor of item EE9 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. Let the record reflect that there was one vote against the item, and the item passes. Yes, Ms. Good.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I should have asked a question before
Oh, sit back down.
you voted, but, sorry, just very quick. I know that you just said that it was almost like a mandate that before this gets expanded to any other school, and we just spoke about autonomy. So I want to make sure I'm understanding it. So if another school could afford it, and they wanted to do this, and it required action by this board, are we as a board corporate saying that those schools are not able to do this?
What I was saying is that if we're going to look as a district as expanding this and offering it at all of our schools, then that's something that we as a board need to have a conversation about.
So
I hear what you're saying.
So I just want to understand, so if one of my schools can afford it and they want the same opportunity, and can that principal then bring an item before this board to have this within their school setting? It's one thing that we're saying, I don't want to now turn out that Pompano Beach is the only one, that because they can afford it, they're going to have it. My conversation was more to do with financing. And I get everybody has it, and we're going to pay it as a district, and it's no longer, but my messaging doesn't want to be, or the takeaway, I don't want it to be that now other schools out there that are seeing that this is a possibility and they can afford it and it's not coming out of our budgets, that we're going to say to staff, don't bring it because we got to have a bigger conversation. And I don't want that to be the takeaway.
No, that was not my intent, and so I apologize if there was confusion, but we've had a lot of discussion about previous items that have come before this board,
Right, and
where
they
it was
turn
something that
into-
started
yeah,
at a school
right.
and then became a district initiative.
And I agree.
That is what my comment was
But I
in
wanna
reference to.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify because I saw some eyebrows, and
Thank
I want to
you.
make sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Ms. Good. May I have a motion and a second on item FF1, please?
So moved. Second.
I'm sorry, moved by, I believe, Ms. Murray, and second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item FF1. FF1, and I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay. First of all, let me preface everything first on, I think the work the Center for Mind-Body Medicine does is incredible. Done a lot of research on the internet about their work around this country, around the world, and I think that their services are very valuable. My questions have to do with mostly finances. And and I also asked Ralph some questions yesterday, and I don't have those answers yet, so I'm assuming you have them. Okay. First, starting with the finances. This is coming out of the SERV grant, correct?
So Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, in spending a good part of this morning trying to verify by talking to the grant managers, the funding source should read, the funding source will come from the Victims of Crime Act VOCA Assistance Fund only. So the phrase School Emergency Response to Violence, parenthetical SERV, close parenthetical grant, and those words should not have been included in the ARF. I've spoken both to Grants Director Stephanie Williams as well as the state attorney's consultant who manages the VOCA Assistance Fund grant and verified that as of 11 a.m. this morning.
So what does that mean? That the entire $441,410 will come from the VOCA grant?
So I want to be very clear and simple in how I phrase this. We have the opportunity to ensure funding for the opportunity beginning on June 10th by writing it into the VOCA grant. which is moving forward for approval.
Okay.
Right?
What does that
So
mean?
hold on. What it means is we have several other pending grant applications which are not submitted yet, that therefore we cannot reference in the ARF. That would reduce the district's liability from the 461.
So right now, we have nothing.
The funding source as listed in what is brought to you today is the VOCA grant.
But it hasn't been approved as part of the VOCA grant.
So
Hey,
which-
Mr. Gold, this is really a direct question.
Yep.
Do we have grants that this can be applied to right now,
As of today,
as of this moment?
approving this item today would necessitate the district to front an initial payment of $261.
Okay.
There is not
That means
grant
that
dollars.
none of the 441,000 is covered right today?
That is correct.
Okay. So as of today, it's 441,000 out of the general fund?
No, it is an initial payment of $261. The second payment is in October.
No, I see that in
Okay.
here, but right now, that doesn't mean anything if the grant doesn't come through. We pay $441,000. This is really a straightforward question.
And I have answered it with a yes.
Okay. So right now, it's coming out of the general fund. So to me, that's the way it needs to be listed here because it's not part of a grant right now. So we have to have a discussion based on the fact that it may not get approved into a grant. Is that correct?
We do not have a formal response to the grant application as of today. That is correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why we haven't applied to it prior to bringing this forward for the grant?
So I have inherited both the partnership of SERV and VOCA, and I do want to give big kudos to our grants department as well as our chief financial officer for moving it, both of those forward. I can't speak to what has been an obstacle to getting an answer now. What we do have is a summer time window, which is certain, right? So the SERV and VOCA grants are multi-divisional. It was with our Chief of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery. I am working in supporting that department now to move those forward to finalization. We have a need, in my opinion, and the Center for Mind-Body Medicine is the right response to that need.
And I totally agree
No,
with
I
you
understand,
about that.
right? But that is work that has a time-certain window to do. It's not something that could wait till November.
Okay, but we have a
So-
grants department here. I'm befuddled as to why we haven't applied. I've been hearing about the second SERV grant for a while now. Why have we not applied for it? Do we need to get the grants department down here?
In conversations with Stephanie Williams, there is been persistent and ongoing conversations with the U.S. Department of Education, who oversees the SERV grant, and with the Florida departments. The Attorney General's office is actually the one that oversees the VOCA grant, right? These are long, protracted, bureaucratic negotiations back and forth about what they are willing to fund in terms of particulars and the total amount of funding that they will bring.
Okay, so
This
I
does
would like
not
to
move
know
fast.
where we are at this stage in those
We
discussions.
will provide
No, if
formal-
someone could come and tell us now where we are in that.
So through the chair, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. There has been a collaborative effort on the grant. Where we stand on the grant is pretty much finalized. We know what the ask is for the particular grant, and we're waiting for signatures to sign off on it
This
so
is
that
the
we can
SERV
submit it.
or the VOCA?
It's the Project SERV Part 2, SERV 2.
Okay. Now, have we already approved anything that's going to be charged against that money that we don't have yet?
Not that I'm aware of, but I would have to defer.
Not that I'm aware of.
Ms. Marte, not that you're aware of? Nothing's been charged. This would be the first thing that we're anticipating to use that second Project SERV money for.
This would create a potential liability should the grant not fully fund the ask within it. But that is why I talked with both our grants department as well as the State Attorney General's consultant who oversees the VOCA dollars this morning, anticipating these questions. because I was unable to attend the meetings that Mr. Ayo had with many of the board members.
So have we charged anything against these grants that we are anticipating on getting yet? Have we approved anything? Anything in the past that we've approved that says it's part of SERV was all part of the first SERV grant?
So what I will say is I am aware of position descriptions, but those positions have not been filled because they are pending funding. So,
And Ms. Marte is standing at the microphone. Perhaps she could
Yeah.
provide some insight.
So, Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer, there is nothing that I am aware of that has been charged against those grants.
Okay.
And I have not forward funded anything because I do not have board authority to do so.
Okay. And so if it ended up that we needed to foot this entire amount, are we able to do that?
It would reduce fund balance by, I don't have the exact number in front of me, $230,000 for this fiscal year, and the remaining part of the contract due in October would reduce fund balance, or would be a budget balancing item for next year.
And does that leave us with sufficient fund balance?
So the short answer is yes, but the longer answer, and I absolutely acknowledge the board's recognition of the importance of this program, we continue to subtract and get closer and closer to a place where we're in trouble, and we don't add. The items you approved earlier today reduced an additional $6 million fund balance. So this is a very small amount. I'll work with my colleagues and my cabinet members to see if we can scrape together any money they have left in their budgets this year to cover this year without reducing fund balance. But I can't guarantee that at this point.
Okay, and this is obviously in the worst-case scenario I'm asking you.
Yes.
I am hopeful that what Mr. Gold is saying is going to come to fruition.
So if I may, if the, when the award comes through, if indeed it does, we would make a transfer, which is allowable, assuming that the date of the grant allows a transfer back into June. So these grants come in a whole bunch of different ways, and generally speaking, it's allowable. It'll give us an effective date of, say, June 1st or whatever, and then I'm allowed to make those transfers under generally accepted accounting principles, and it's not a problem.
So, Mr. Gold, you're shaking your head like...
I did. I had this very conversation with the consultant from the State Attorney General's office today, making sure that it was both retroactive, cost to date is the phrase she used on the phone, or the transfer that Ms. Marte just referenced, as well as any future funding for future costs beyond the date, the award date. So those are the two mechanisms that VOCA does allow.
Okay, so could we find out when both of these grants are being submitted, please?
I will, yes.
Mr. Woods, do you have any idea when that is?
Judy will take, Judy will respond.
So the narrative for the SERV grant, so Ms. Williams has been back and forth with the parties to be in Washington, and there are significant reductions in the amount of money available. So we have an expectation of an amount of money, and she's actually had me review the budget. She submitted the budget to the U.S. Department of Ed for preliminary comments, so we're very close. Mr. Gold has to review the narrative and sign off on it. Once he does that, I'll give final signature for the budget piece, and then Ms. Williams will be ready to submit. I'm not aware of the VOCA grant, but on the SERV grant, Mr. Gold needs to sign off on the narrative, then I'll do final budget sign off, and at that point it will be submitted. So I expect it to be very shortly, Mrs. Rich Levinson.
Okay, and the VOCA grant?
It's a very similar process, except it's not USDOE, it's or the State Attorney General's office, and they do have an external consultant that they've hired for these grants.
Okay, thank you for addressing the financial concerns. Now, a couple of the questions that I asked Mr. Aiello, this is actually not the full amount. There will be an additional amount for stipends, correct? Of the trainers who will be training others or delivering it to others.
Hello, this is Ralph Aiello, Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement. That's correct. Participants will go through a 2-week training this summer, and they would receive a $720 stipend upon completion of the training. We will have 90 teachers and 10 students. So if the 90 teachers complete all of the activities and receive that $720 stipend, they would receive a maximum of $64,800.
Okay, so really we're talking about $506,000 for the total
Correct.
package, even though that's not part of this agreement.
Contract, that's
Just
correct.
trying to get a total number. Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that the 90 will be representative of all zones, obviously excluding the piece that's unique to the MSD zone, that, you know, this is mindfulness and stress and many different things that our kids and employees are dealing with throughout the district.
So many people know the Center for Mind-Body Medicine for their characteristic phrase of soft belly breathing. And that will be going on countywide. We are working with Children's Services Council as well as United Way to make sure that it is both focused on the immediate communities of the victims around it, as well as being able to see this practice across Broward County.
Okay, so you all are going to ensure that there's representation from every zone?
Yes. So the applicant windows are pending approval, and one of the factors that we're looking at is true representation. And that means geographic representation, which is a factor you're at, as well as gender representation, role representation. There's a number of factors that go into that.
But even if you don't get applications from everywhere, you're going to ensure.
And we are recruiting now.
Okay. All right, and then the breakdown for everything, I know I had asked Ralph, will pretty much be 2/3 BCPS and 1/3 CSC, because that's how the funding's being applied.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and I had asked on number 3 are all people taking 1 and 2?
That is, yeah.
That is the expectation, yes.
There are a very, very small number of people who completed the first part last summer, and they will only need to complete that second week this summer in order to complete the entire training. But
That's that separate cohort of 20 that they
yeah,
mentioned?
there's only a very few. There's a few, in fact, the 20 completed the full curriculum last year. There's just a very small number of people that only completed part 1 that only need to complete part 2. So it's a very small fraction of the population.
Okay, but when everyone completes, they will have done 1 and 2?
Both sections, yes.
Okay, and everyone gets the 20 sessions of the support?
That's correct. So the expectation is once they complete the training, they have to do 2 8-week sessions. And so it includes a pre-supervision time and a post-supervision time. So in total, that equals 20. So 8 + 8 is 16, and then 2 pre's and 2 posts for a total of 20. And everybody that completes the both sections will get those 20 sessions.
Okay. And the Center for Mind-Body Medicine will be leading the back-to-school workshop?
That is correct.
Okay. And those were my questions. So I think this is really structured very well, and I look forward to it being very effective for our district, and look forward to you all submitting for those grants in a timely manner to cover it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Aladev?
Thank you. So I understand the need to know where the funding is coming from, and that's important. But this need is because the tragedy that happened on February 14th. And my community needs this program to heal and move forward. And it's not something that just happened. And we need, as a district, to fix this. And by creating the change and bringing these resources to our community, it is paramount. It is our duty, it is our job as a district and board to make sure that we bring this healing to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, to the students, and to what happens to them on February 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladef. Ms. Rupert?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. I had, during our conversation, thank you yesterday, Mr. Aiello, for the conversation. I had similar questions with regard to funding, and then I had a question with regard to the stipend, and we talked a little bit about how the stipend could be paid. So is the stipend able to be paid by one of the two grants that are, well, actually, it would only be now that we've crossed one out, it would only be the Victims of Crime Act Assistance Fund, or is the SERV grant also going to be employed to pay the stipend?
So last year, and we anticipate doing the same thing for this year, the professional development stipends for attending were coming out of the larger Office of Academics and Professional Development funding, because this is part of Seasons of Learning, as opposed to, so it's one strand of it, but the stipend costs are funded for next year's budget because the teachers cannot complete the 2 weeks until fiscal year 20.
Okay, and so those dollars have already been contemplated, or that's going to?
They are anticipated.
Okay, and then my other comment to Mr. Aiello was with regard to having the ability to build capacity within Broward County Public Schools, so that those that are receiving the training are able to then share that information and be train the trainers to go out and conduct the trainings. And so it's really important that we just have whoever those people are that are receiving the training, that they are able to then impact many across our district, because this is something that we need specifically in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas zone, but also across the greater community. So I just wanted to make sure that we would have the opportunity through this item to impact as many as possible.
So, Board Chair, absolutely. There are some things that need to be both done at scale and intensely. This work is an example. It needs to be persistent across multiple years. We are aggressively pursuing long-term funding for this that would not require board fronting or dependent on annual grant applications.
Okay.
This work this summer will allow us to have iteration 2. Last year's iteration was picked up by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and that was incredibly generous from them to bring what is truly a global leader in generational impact trauma, which is what we have suffered here in Broward. And doing this deliberately and in a sustainable way is very difficult, because this is not something that we could have had experience in. We believe that this is the right partner, and while we struggle to make sure that it is done in a way that is compliant with the fiscal regulations of financial projections and all those things, we are working that out. But we do think this is the right work.
Thank you. And I just want to say that, when I was in Tallahassee, not this past year, but the year before, it preceded the event on February 14th, and the students that were in the group that I was with were asking for mindfulness from our legislators. And so I know it's something that was on the minds of our students before, and is more so now on the minds of the students and the community as a whole. So I look forward to our conversation going forward with regard to how we're going to impact students across the district for generations to come, and also help the community heal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and in their entire zone and community. So thank you for bringing this item forward. And I want to say thank you to those that reached out to us via email to share their support for the program and the impact that it's had on them and their students. Yes, Mr. Runcie?
Yeah, and I just want to add to what you said, Ms. Brinkworth, that This certainly has been a topic on our minds for quite some time. We had scheduled an item on a workshop just to give you an update of where we are in conversations in the district. But it was actually in January of 2018 that I met with the Zuckerberg Foundation about assisting us with mental health resources. So they connected with us after the tragedy to bring this resource here. So it's always been something that we've continued to have at the top of mind. You know, it's truly unfortunate it took a tragedy to have this highlighted and get the funding that we'd been asking for from the state and other sources. But we're going to make the best of it, remain diligent, and bringing these services to the Stoneman Douglas and Parkland communities. But most important, I think part of the legacy of this work is to impact the entire county and families and children across Broward. So we're excited about the possibilities of where this will get our school district.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item FF1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item FF1 passes unanimously. Ms. Korn, you need to mute your phone, please. May I have a motion and a second on item H1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert. Second by Ms. Good. Audience input on H1. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I will be abstaining from this item. My spouse is an attorney employed by the law firm of Becker and Polyakov, PA. In accordance with the guidance provided by the Florida Commission on Ethics, I abstain from voting on agenda item H1 in an abundance of caution.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item H1 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Let the record reflect that Ms. Rich Levinson abstained from the vote. Item passes. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on item JJ1. I have Ms. Rupert for JJ1.
Thank you. And I had reached out to Mr. Moquin, and we had a conversation about what can be received without putting some of our schools and buildings in jeopardy. So I really wanted to know, there wasn't even like a link for us to actually look anywhere. I know it's probably 800 pages, but, I'm sorry, Mr. Moquin?
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, I think it's actually more than that. More than 800 pages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But there'll be a link for the board to be able to at least peruse it, because today you're asking for us to receive this comprehensive safety inspection report. So yes, it's like we receive the audits and we receive the assessor and we receive FSAT, but it's also our obligation to have a conversation and make sure that our money is put in the proper place to be able to deal with any deficiencies that may have been mentioned. So you tell me how we could possibly look at it. I'm not going to hold the item up, but I just feel if you're going to ask me to receive this, for me, receiving is also comprehending.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you, Mrs. Rupert, and I've talked to Chief May about this. This is, I guess, an annual issue and a struggle we have with the agenda just in general in terms of exhibits that have substantial backup, in terms of the number of pages and scanning them and making them available either online or through a link. And so over the past couple of years, what we've done is, because I believe this is in several boxes of paper, is that we've placed them like on the 14th floor and then made copies available on the second floor. And I appreciate the fact that that doesn't necessarily work for all the board members, given your schedules. So we'll have to work to find a way to make sure that we're either being able to provide a link electronically, and that'll just take, staff's just going to have to be much more proactive in terms of preparation of the item, given the administrative burden of doing that.
Right, well, I actually have a question that really addresses that issue, raises another question. We're receiving the comprehensive safety inspection report. We then turn around, do we send it somewhere?
I'll have to defer to Chief May in terms of the process.
Hi, Chief May.
Formal process.
Good afternoon, Dr. Marianne May, Chief Fire Official for the district. We do not send the reports anywhere. We send them to the fire departments. They get copies of them every year for their cities, the schools in their cities. We send an email or an electronic notification to the State Fire Marshal's office for every school where the inspections have been completed, but they no longer receive the actual report.
Okay, and that's changed in the last couple of years?
That has changed, yes.
Right, because I remember we used to have the, Ms. Myrick, I think, wanted to. Oh, I remember it used to be different. So that's why I'm asking. And you said that so on the fire officials that you send these to, you send them 12 boxes, or is it an email?
No, they only get the schools from their cities.
Okay. And how many do you think there are? Let's throw out Margate.
So Margate, I believe, has about 8 schools.
Right.
Hollywood's got about 43.
Right.
Some of the other schools have larger amounts, and typically what I try to do is send them a flash drive with their schools or a CD.
Okay. I don't know really what the will of the board is and what the best outlet would be for this, but I think we should be accountable to the aspect that the process is doing what it needs to be doing, but also that we've also put eyes on something that we used to. I don't know what that looks like, because I do not want to have staff making 15,000 pages or 9,000 pages and that burden. But if there's a digital by municipality and or Broward Sheriff Office, it doesn't seem like we would have an issue if we're given that as well, unless our attorney says that we cannot. Okay? I mean, I don't want to be a pain, but I certainly want to have the security that the government entity, if we're supposed to receive these and be understanding, and when we talk about budget, it's very helpful for us to know, you know what, we really need to put a little extra money over here in this particular, because we're out of compliance. And those could be, closed door meetings, whatever they have to be, but it makes sense. We want to know our money is going where the needs are, and it's pretty cut and dry on that.
So I'll work with Chief May and Mr. Bradford. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to create some kind of a SharePoint or a OneDrive file that we can just tweak the process, and copies of the reports will be placed in that folder, and then give board members access to that electronic folder in some way. But I do want, to your comments relative to making sure that money is put in the right spot to address the deficiencies, I'd like Chief May to talk about, because it's my understanding that part of the system is any deficiencies automatically generate work orders. And could you just kind of take the board and for the public's sake, let them know that these deficiencies immediately get addressed in terms of the generation of corrective work orders?
So whenever we're completing one of these comprehensive annual safety inspection reports, a copy of that does go to our PPO department, and they do generate work orders off of that safety inspection report. And then the report is divided into items for PPO to address, items for the school to address, and there may even be some capital budget items on there as well.
Okay, and then I would assume the completion of those projects would go back to you, so you knew that they took care of the deficiencies.
We correct deficiencies as the inspector goes out to the next visit, and they lay eyes on it to confirm that it has been completed.
Okay, so you don't have a process in accepting that. It's the inspector.
We can't accept it until the inspector goes out again and looks and verifies that the work has been completed.
Okay, I guess like for a whole circle, I just want to make sure that you have eyes and you're saying that yes, because you go out with the inspector.
Yes.
But there has to be some sort of you got to keep a check
mark. And then it is corrected on the
Okay.
report. So as they go out and they see that those deficiencies are taken care of, the report is updated to reflect those
Perfect.
corrections.
Perfect, that's what I needed
Yes.
to hear. Ms. Myrick? You were raising your hand?
Yeah, Ms. Allen, if it's okay, Ms. Myrick
I'm so
has a
sorry.
comment.
I just wanted to
really ask Chief May, but when we send these reports out to the cities, they have a cover letter on them that provides that they are now responsible for keeping these records exempt from public record.
Right.
And so I think that the concern, and I'm sure that Jeff and Matt Bradford can figure something out, but, you know, we need to make sure that the access for you all is nowhere that the public can get a hold of it.
Right.
Because of the security, and certainly you all can see it. But obviously we have to do that, but it's something that we've started in the last couple of years of anything that we send to cities that that is exempt because of security has that cover letter on it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. Mrs. Alhadeff?
So I was reviewing the safety inspection report, so I have the 3 binders on my desk, and I will put them on the main desk.
So that's it. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item,
JJ1.
thank you, JJ1, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Ms. Korn?
She's so
Ms. Korn, I'm just trying to check to see if you're on the line for the vote for JJ1.
Yes, I voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Item JJ1 passes unanimously. Let the record reflect Ms. Korn was on the line for the vote. May I have a motion and a second on items LL1 and LL2?
So moved.
You can include LL3.
Okay.
So moved again.
Ms. Rupert has moved items LL1 through 3, and they've been seconded by Ms. Good. Audience input on items LL1, 2, and 3. I have Ms. Good.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, Ms. Good is good.
There you go.
Anyone else have comments on the LL items? Seeing none, all those in favor of items LL1 through 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The items passed unanimously. Now we will go back to our tabled items.
CC5.
CC 5, 6, and 7. And I believe we took them all together with the opportunity for someone to separate them out if they needed to. So we'll ask for a motion on items CC 5, 6, and 7, moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items CC 5, 6, and 7. Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert. Which one, please? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I wanted to give staff the opportunity, since you've had a little while to look it over and see what you
Yes.
are going to recommend.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to explain what happened here. So these job descriptions were actually approved on May 7th. However, there were multiple revisions to the job descriptions based on feedback we received. And as part of the shuffle, some of the minimum requirements were inadvertently deleted. Given the urgency to fill these, and that was an error. So given the urgency to fill these, we are asking approval to, we're asking board approval of these job descriptions with the understanding that we will reinstate the deletions and provide a draft final to the board this week.
Ms. Myrick?
Yeah.
I guess the question is of whether it's a Scribner's error or not. Is it all of the strikeout? I mean, like, I'm looking on page 2 of CC 7, and at the very top it says support the use of broadcasting internet, da-da-da-da-da. That's under something besides minimum qualifications. So is it the strike-throughs under minimum qualifications that only should be not stricken through?
That is correct. And let me explain what happened. There was so much dialogue around these job descriptions when they were initially presented that we wanted to make sure we presented all of the changes that were incorporated, so we were clear on what was changed and what was kept. So this is why it was presented with the strike-through and the underlines.
So your affirming to the board now that the only mistakes were the strike-throughs that occurred under the minimum qualifications for these 2, 6, and 7, because 5 doesn't have any, well, it has 1. So is it 5, 6, and 7, the minimum qualifications strike-through were a mistake?
Have you on the
Hi,
list?
Kathy Koch, Chief Public Information Officer. 5 was correct. The strike-throughs were correct in 5.
Yes.
Okay, so let me then say, so you're saying, I just want to be clear on the strike-through issue. So you're saying that it was a mistake to strike through the points on 6 and 7 that are under the minimum qualifications, but the other strike-throughs throughout the rest of the document are appropriate?
That is correct.
I think that we could accept it as a Scribner's error of strike-throughs, and so I think we could proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. Ms. Rupert? Do you have additional questions?
I have a lot of questions, but let it suffice that it's too much. And I would prefer if we waited, if we waited to do these. You know what? I mean, I'll be very transparent. If 6 was correct, I would have voted for 6, just like and 5 and 6, because I did that on May 7th. But CC7, I was not going to support, but I did do my due diligence and make sure that the qualities would be there when it passes. So I wanted my colleagues to hear that so they know where I'm coming from, but I did want to make changes that I felt was very responsible, and it should have been part of the job description. Thank you.
Ms. Bartleman?
I just feel like maybe we should do a do-over our next board meeting. I mean, this went through a whole committee. I don't know how, I get that. I mean, this was an easy check. Like, how did it get missed? And I don't feel comfortable editing and unediting that much. I just think it's too much. But if the board is okay with it, that's fine. And you know how I feel about the positions anyway, but it just seems like it's just a lot of error.
There was just one section, wasn't throughout.
Yeah, like the most important section. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. I went back and pulled the items from last time, and those categories or bullets were also crossed out. So it needs to be changed, and it needs to be reflected regardless of whether, I appreciate my colleagues referencing it. These are the minimum qualifications, and we have to get this right, and it can't move like this. And it's not, to me, it's not a Scribner's error.
No.
Not that I'm a legal counsel. But to me, I want it to be clear what we're supporting, because just like what's before us right now, there's confusion. So I would ask, when appropriate, I'd like to support these positions, but I think they need to be clearly redefined with the bullets. And I think to Ms. Rupert's point, when I looked at the bullets that were crossed out on both CC 7 and 6, right? Yes. CC 7 and CC, is it 6? Yes. That those bullets need to be in those job descriptions. So I need to understand, under CC 6, under minimum qualifications, the 3 bullets, well, there's 3 bullets totally crossed out, and there's a 4th one that it's pretty much, the whole thing is crossed out except the bullet. Are all 4 of those supposed to be included?
They are.
Okay. And all those were crossed out last time. It's just that we didn't catch it. So I think we have to do a little bit better in ensuring that these kinds of details are captured and they're not brought to this board with these kind of errors. The same with CC7. Am I to understand then that the bullet starting with advanced under minimum qualification, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets, starting with demonstrated, all should be included?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would ask that these, Madam Chair, if it's possible, that we could table this to maybe upcoming workshop and have kind of a special board meeting to adopt these so that they're not delayed any further. I think we've had tremendous dialogue on these job descriptions, but I think that if we're going to do this, they need to, especially when it relates to communications, we got to communicate effectively with this. And if there's not support to place, you know, an upcoming workshop, then as much as I like these filled, I think they need to be done correctly and they need to be deferred, to be brought back so that they're advertised correctly.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Good. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Levinson, and just actually, Mr. Runcie just actually asked me whether or not we could consider a special meeting rather than deferring to the next meeting because there's so much time going to happen between now and the next meeting in June. So, Ms. Myrick, is there any reason why we wouldn't be able to bring these items back to a special meeting before the next workshop?
We have a special meeting next Tuesday at the workshop.
All right. Okay, Ms. Levinson?
I was just going to say that I support that suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to move these.
I'll second it.
Can, just to be clear?
Oh, sorry.
Let her make her motion.
Because there are several, and I just want to move CC 6 and 7 to a special meeting next Tuesday, the date, whatever, Mr. Moquin?
The date for next
Excuse
Tuesday, please.
May 28th. There's already been a request for a special school board meeting. I'm trying to recall the exact topic. No. Contracts, yes. So we were already planning on having a special school board meeting before the workshop because we have some additional contracts that are ready to come forward for approval. We don't want to delay that, so we'll go ahead and we can put these on that agenda as well. So they'll be May 28th.
That's acceptable
Okay.
to you, Madam Chair.
I believe we do have a joint legislative breakfast that morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Okay.
So just, we'll need to consider that for the timing. It's the only reason why I brought it up.
Yeah, it's going to be, it is a very crowded agenda, as you and I spoke. We're going to, in lieu of the agenda planning session, we're going to look to provide and orient the board how we've done in some other ways. You know, Dr. Neesmith and I will provide a narrative on the items because there are some very significant items coming forward. We have budget workshop 2, which has a discussion obviously on software rationalization incorporated with it. We have the IT roadmap where we also discuss the refresh for computers. We have the strategic plan coming back with the identification of targets and metrics. We have a boundary hearing. We have a legislative update as well that day. So just trying to prepare the board for
And an attorney-client session.
And an attorney-client session. So.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Good?
And just to get clarification then, Madam Chair, the items will be, you're obviously going to have to bring substitute items. And those items will have the job descriptions with no underline and cross-throughs, but they will look exactly as final versions, correct? And one more point. So since this is final reading, did the positions, were they already advertised? They were not? No?
No, they were not.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. So you made a motion to move CC 6 and 7 to a special meeting for May 28th, and it was seconded by Ms. Bartleman. Audience input? Seeing none, any colleague input on that motion? All in favor of moving items CC 6 and 7, or I guess just to say postponing them to the May 28th special meeting, indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC 6 and 7 have been postponed to the May 28th for a special meeting. And now we still have item CC 5 on the floor. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item CC 5? All those in favor of item CC 5 indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry, I did public, but I'll do it again, I think. Yes? Aye? Anyone from the public? All those, any comments from my colleagues on item CC 5? All those in favor of item CC 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
Yes. This was CC 5.
Right, so this is the specialist position. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm voting yes for that.
Okay,
Thank you. Just wanted to be sure.
that's perfectly fine.
You said no, Ms. Bartle? Yeah, I was just being
Ms. Bartleman?
No, I voted no.
Excuse me, pardon me. Can you say what you have as the vote, please? You didn't get it? Okay.
You didn't get it?
So, can you do a roll call and then we'll have it?
Thank you. Hold on, wait, give me a second, because Patty got me nervous, because I voted no on this one last time.
No, I don't think you voted yes.
On the 5?
The item in question is the proposed new job description for the specialist social media position.
Did I? I don't remember. All right, I'll do it. Yeah, go ahead, yes. I don't think I did, but it's okay. It's passing. No, actually, I think I did no on all these. I'm gonna go no. I want to be consistent with my last vote.
Yes. Ms. Korn?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Korn is voting yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moquin, just double checking.
I show all the items have been addressed.
Okay, thank you. I'll very quickly ask if any of my colleagues have a board report today. No? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Congratulate all our graduating seniors.
Yes, this is the time of year. We are going to be heading out to graduations, and so I'll just remind my colleagues that Mr. Moquin and I did speak about foregoing the agenda planning session because we are not having a meeting that first week because of graduations, and so there would be a significant lag between the time when we have agenda planning session and the time when the items would be before us at a board meeting. And so he offered that staff would provide, in lieu of that, a written follow-up, like a narrative of the items.
Correct, and also that there are approximately 130 items or 140 items, so not all of them, because of the extra week, are I guess fully baked is the way that I would characterize it. So what we will do, like I've done before, is I will take a copy of the agenda and we will insert narrative to orient all the board members to those items, and I will distribute it electronically. In lieu of the APS, so we can dedicate the entire workshop for those high priority topics.
Okay. Can you tell us the date of that meeting, please?
June 11th.
June 11th. It's after the graduations. So seeing no other business on the agenda to come before this board today, I now declare this school board meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.